and I got a breaking thing to talk about.
Tell us, Randy.
Now, I've always told the story about my talented stomach. Okay, I have a very talented stomach.
Interesting adjective to describe the stomach, but go ahead.
My stomach tells me when something bad is about to happen.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's sort of like the sixth sense.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, I have 15 cents in my pocket and maybe one upstairs. But so, you know, and I was just explaining it to our previous guest, and I'll explain who that is in a second, that, like, I knew I was going to get in trouble at school. Okay, and that day.
Well, when you do things wrong, that's
well, I know that.
Yeah.
But I didn't feel like this every day. So, like, I would ride my bike or walk to school, and I just had that in my stomach. I got spanked in school. I got spanked when I got home for getting spanked at school. I was in a car accident one day in the afternoon, and that morning my stomach hurt.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, so you've got a little bit of Randy Harris premonition going on.
Just a little.
So you don't know what it's going to be. You just know that it's going to be bad?
Yes.
Wow, that's nice.
You know, that's something, right.
Yeah,
It's never nothing good. It's always something, you know.
Interesting, right.
So a couple of years ago, I was invited with SOCOM out at McDill. And I was going with Greg Jackson, the MMA trainer, one of the best of all time, and Cowboy Cerrone, and we were going to jump out of a perfectly good airplane.
Okay.
Not anything I've ever thought about doing, not anything I've ever wanted to do, and I didn't want to do it the day that we went to go do it. My stomach was fine. Nothing wrong with my stomach.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, but it's weird because I'm getting ready to jump out of an airplane.
Right.
Right? So my stomach wasn't all burning and circling.
Well, because you were going to be okay.
No, it's just I'm jumping out of an airplane. I should be worried.
But although here you are.
So I suit up.
All right.
It's out in Zephyr Hills. We go and we get in this little practice thing, and I'm attached to the guy, and we do the little practice 4-inch hop. The propeller plane is going. The Red Bull team is going up there with no parachutes and stuff because they're diving. Nothing. Right?
Okay.
Greg Jackson went first. I thought we were all going together. He went first. Nothing. Plain as day. We're getting ready. The prop's going. And I see a guy run over with the X sign. You know, like the chop sign.
Like, no, cut. Everybody. Like,
no go. And I'm like, what's wrong? Huh? They go, the winds are too high. You can't take a civilian. Because I'm attached to the military.
Too high or too fast?
Too fast. Too strong, too whatever.
Because there's separate levels of the atmosphere. Just checking with you.
Yeah, you're the weather girl.
Okay. So they're too fast. The speeds are too high.
For a civilian, for them to take, like the Red Bull team went.
Okay.
You know, SOCOM went.
For a slacker,
I couldn't go.
No slackers.
I got to tell you right now, my stomach is churning.
Yeah?
It is unbelievable.
After you heard that?
No, right now, this second.
Oh, this is the whole point right now?
The whole point is when I was going to jump out of an airplane, my stomach wasn't churning. So it's almost, it was telling me that I wasn't going to do it, that I don't have to go through it. So I wasn't all nervous and stuff.
Okay. Well, this story's taken a different turn now. I thought it was going to lead to something bad that happened, but nothing bad happened. You're just saying now that you're right at this moment your stomach is hurting, so that means today something
two
possibly happen.
Yeah, 2 today.
Randy's talking to Warren Sapp right now, so you're watching us on YouTube Live.
You want to do it now? All right.
Warren Sapp just walked.
Yeah, Warren Sapp and
Sapp looks good.
Yeah,
it looks good.
All right, so last year connected with the Thunderbirds.
Okay.
And the Thunderbirds sat down. We had a lot of fun, good stuff, and we became really good friends.
Okay.
We're really good friends. We just had the Marine flyover team here, who are doing the flyover on Sunday.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Why is my stomach churning? Because I will be up with the Marine flyover team Friday at 3:30.
Well, maybe it's churning for something else. Like maybe that's going to be just fine.
Let's hope so. No, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that this is something out of my comfort zone. That
I bet I know what happens.
I throw up.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. That's why your stomach's turning.
Leslie, if me throwing up is the worst thing that's going to happen, I'm okay. I'm afraid. Am I going to pass out?
Well, the passing out would be better than throwing up.
No, I'm good with throwing up.
Yeah, because if you pass out, you're out, and then you come to, and you're like, okay, yeah.
Where'd that crap come from? Okay. As promised, we have, and I hate using the word legend.
Yeah.
The legend.
Yeah, but Warren is a legend.
Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
And more than one way they say living legend sometimes, so
Yeah.
it's all right. How you doing, love?
Which is good, living legend.
Hey man, that's what we want. Yeah. You don't want dead. You don't want no flowers.
Exactly.
Yeah, get your flowers, baby. Are we on? Oh, there it is. I knew you had some recording around here.
Well, no, we're live.
I just make sure. I want to make sure. I want to see you looking slouchy.
Yeah,
All right, let's go. Let's talk about it.
Where do we want to start? A lot going on.
Wherever you want to start. I'm the only guy that answers the question.
Okay.
Bucked up.
Energy drink?
It's got tarin in it.
I don't know.
How do you have it up here? It's got 0 calories, first off.
See, that's good.
That's first off, that's good. Is it sugar-free?
How's life? Let's start with that.
I think
How
it's
are you
no
doing?
sugar.
Listen, I'm going to tell you like I tell my babies at the job. There's only 2 things I require. Vertical and breathing. The good Lord has woke you up and started you on your way. The rest on you. You got to stop that.
Do the Jets go vertical? Jets go vertical, right?
Yeah, they can.
You want to go up with the Marine flyover team on Friday?
No thanks.
I'm scared of
Enjoy
that.
yourself.
I'm scared of
You
that.
know, you fit in there. I don't fit. The only one I fit in, I think, is the F-18 or something like that. Somebody told me when I was at one of those bases back in the day.
Oh, really?
Big deal. They was like, you'd only fit in like a Hornet or a F-18, I think they told me.
Have you ever jumped out of an airplane?
Why would you jump out of a perfect
That's
plane?
exactly what I was
You
saying.
know, great minds think alike. Love.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with me. I like my feet on the ground. I
Okay.
have no interest in that. I was talking to a friend of mine. He was like, I had a great time jumping out of the thing. My dad was 82nd Airborne. I'm like, well, you should have been enthused to jump out anyway. Your dad was the 82nd Airborne thinking for his service. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, you're on the D line for all those times. I figure maybe you're an adrenaline junkie. You know?
You know those double teams down there, right?
Right.
I made it look fun.
Yeah?
It wasn't fun. I
No?
made it sexy. It ain't fun. Trust me. What? Come on. Not fun at all.
No.
Not fun at all.
Let's talk about the breaking news a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And a video, that's,
Was it a good video?
well, any video you're in is good.
Oh, normally it's a good video, yeah, if I'm in it, yeah. Hey, man, it was just one of those situations. We was down there doing a little charity, and all of a sudden, I guess the man didn't know his job too well. And I did. I was like, wait a minute, what are we doing here?
How do you know laws better than sheriffs?
I don't know, because they didn't teach civics in school. You know that, right? It's just a Bill of Rights. It ain't much to learn.
So tell everybody, what happened.
We just had a charity event. My man was going through, got a speeding ticket. It was taking forever to give the speeding ticket. So then I look up, it's 3 cops over there. I'm like, what is going on? So walked over there and was observing I guess someone called cops explaining, because she hadn't handed him the ticket. And then when I'm looking at the ticket to see the speed, because she keeps yelling, you're doing double, double, double. And I'm like, I'm 50 years old. You do double in Florida, you go to jail. Last time
And you know math.
Hello. I'm like, double? That's a little, And then, the cop I was talking to was like, nah, it ain't my ticket. I'm like, you know what, you're right. So I walked over and looked at the ticket, 63. And she was yelling at that time. I looked at her, I'm trying to teach you something. And you know me.
Right.
So I figured I'd teach her that 63 is not the whole 35. And the other guy got a little upset about it and then put his hands on me, took me to jail for 3 hours, obstruction without violence. I tried to tell him obstruction is a physical thing. The DA agreed with me that it was a physical thing and dismissed my case. So now here we are.
And as I know that I've tried to get some information, I've called down to the sheriff. I've called down to, I think he's a lieutenant, or was a lieutenant, and now he's a captain.
Yeah, you get promoted for not doing your job.
And they were real nice to me until I made the mistake of telling them why I'm calling.
Yeah.
And then I said I was calling about, the arrest of Warren Sapp.
Been known to break up happy homes.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. It's not the happy home that I'm in. My happy home good with my name. And most of them that I'm around are good with it. But it's just a couple that, especially when you violate somebody's right. You violate, you're a public servant in every way, shape, or form. You investigate. Then you detain. You don't put your hands on nobody because I don't want to tell you my name. And I'm damn shocked that he didn't know who it was. It was a living legend standing in front of him. And then what they had to do is, be nice about it, or just have a consensual conversation because that's all it was. It ain't like I was under investigation. I'm just standing there watching you do your work. We pay your salary, so let me watch your work. Let me see what kind of good work you do around here. And he wasn't even given the ticket. It was just an ego trip. But the worst part is he a field training officer, so that means he's teaching that to others. And then the sergeant shows up and does even worse. And then the lieutenant won't even come see me at no time. And then the lieutenant writes the after action report. Oh my goodness. Whew. The black and white part is the worst. When you writing these lies. One of the cops say I was approaching the lady officer, and the other officer was saying, "Stop! Do not keep approaching."
I've seen the video.
We've all seen the video.
Right.
That's what shocked me when I read it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and you know what they do? They put Cadillac and the arresting officer. They don't put that one. You have to ask for the supplement. You have to ask for that lie. Because if you ask for my report, they'll just send you the first two officers. They won't send you the third one with the lies talking about he's coming up on the person.
Yeah. It's tough. I've seen that a lot where one person does the report and it's not
creative
necessarily
writing.
it's creative writing.
Yeah, creative writing.
I'm being told that you're out of time. I want to ask you one question. Talk to me about the coaching. You know, we talk all the time during the season. Talk about that.
I'm locked and loaded. I'll see you for next season. You see it come out. I've gotten infected with these kids, and it's just a love that I gotta have.
I love seeing the passion in you. We talk on the phone all the time, and it's awesome.
I'm teaching what I know, y'all, and I'll be back. I just got to go run and do a little work for the James Hardy. If you know about the James Hardy is one of America's #1 fabricators, and we donate money for Habitat for Humanities, and I'm doing the program, so I got to run. I'll see you later.
Who's the pick for the bowl, Warren? Who do you think's going to win?
Pat Mahomes. What do you see that?
Okay,
You see
that's
that.
what I
You
thought.
won't bet again.
There you go.
Thank you.
My good friend, the living legend, the Hall of Famer, Warren Sapp checked in. He says he'll be back, and he will. All right, let's go hit a break. Alex Cappa should be here momentarily, so break time. I don't know how we do better. Going up in a jet plane. I just hung out with, in my opinion, the greatest Tampa Bay Buccaneer of all time, Warren Sapp. He'll be back sometime
I'd say
today or
greatest
tomorrow.
position. We've argued about this, but I don't think you can. I don't think you could. There might be one other person you could argue that with.
We'll be right back, coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio, brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink.
There you have it, my friends. It's great to talk to Warren Sapp. Obviously.
If Nate Boyer comes. Do you have the book? Yes, sir. Okay. Just so I can say your name. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The soft one is that was my introductory book, and then this is the one I got coming.
It'll be like a 10, 12-minute segment.
Okay, we're going to need your email so I can send you
Okay.
e-version of this for you.
I'm old. If I can get a hard copy,
I can do that.
that point.
Yeah, the publisher was supposed to have him in, but he fell short, so we'll have to.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hi, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row, day 3 here, day 2 of broadcasting. We're live on Facebook, my Facebook, Leslie's Facebook. We're live on YouTube, and of course we're live on knockoutradio.com and the Tan Talk Radio Network. Just blowing up. Warren Sapp just walked out. Now we're going to talk to Wendell Patrick Clark. Carter. What'd I say? Clark. I said Clark, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm still a little nervous. I'm going up with the Marine flyover, so I'm like, I'm not even thinking, I'm not even reading.
Okay.
Carter, you are
good,
correct.
we're good.
Florida State, though. I see Florida State on the front.
Understood.
So is that good, bad, or indifferent?
I'm a proud no.
Oh, yeah.
Ride or die. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I ride with the good and the bad.
Talk about, we're from Florida. We're based in Florida. We're going to talk about the book, 4-year starter.
Uh-huh.
You're a poet.
Yes, sir.
Is there still dislike? Is that an okay word for the Gators?
No, I hate them.
Okay.
That's a nice word, apparently.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy that stays forever?
Yeah, that stays. And you know what's crazy is Miami, we have like a gentleman's kind of like, I don't like you, but we still cool, But the Gators, I hate you.
Why is that? Because there was a lot of games, Florida State, Miami back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, Miami's denied me a national championship my senior year, so yeah, it should be even harder feelings. But I think for me, anyways, we spent time with some of the Miami guys off the field, so I think we had a better relationship. I didn't really have a lot of dealings with the University of Florida guys back then.
Talk about the book.
The book is 4-year starter, encapsulates my life as a kid growing up in Sarasota, Florida, then attending Florida State University, then being drafted by the Lions, and then traded subsequently to the Los Angeles Rams. But it's all done through poetry. And I don't think anyone has ever done it, but it's pretty clever, and I think you'll really enjoy it because there's some life lessons in there. I'm 27 years sober.
Congratulations.
With alcohol, yes, sir. And it's been a blessing there, and I owe the NFL for that. I mean, the NFL put me in the program and helped provide me the steps in order to overcome my addiction. And here I am 27 years later, sober, thanks to them.
Talk about, it's funny because Leslie and we were talking yesterday, and she got traded from her recreational softball team. And she's still emotional about it. What is that like as a professional, or really at any level?
Let's just add to it. I was one of the only full able-bodied people on the team, and I still was traded. So it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Well, for me, my rookie year, my head coach was fired. His name was Darryl Rogers, and they brought on Wayne Fonts, and Wayne Fonts was bringing in the run and shoot. Well, run and shoot is no tight end in the run and shoot, so obviously I knew that I was gonna be traded. And actually, I didn't really want to be there at that time, anyways, because they played on turf, and I grew up on natural grass. I'm used to playing in grass all my life, and so it really worked out for me in the long run.
You're used to playing on grass, but did you ever play at the Shark Tooth Beach down there in the Venice area?
No, I didn't.
Really?
No, we didn't. No, I didn't go down there that much.
That's one of my, I live in St. Pete.
Yes,
and,
yes.
we didn't have much money growing up, so you had to find free things to do.
Yeah.
Now, gas wasn't like it is today. It was probably about a quarter a gallon or whatever. We'd drive down there and spend hours, and it was almost like
Fossil hunting.
Yeah,
Venice Beach, yeah.
But it was cheap labor because my dad put all three of us out to work, and he kept the shark's teeth. I'm like, can we at least keep the big one? No, this is ours. This is ours. So let's talk about the book.
Sure.
It's through poetry.
Yes, sir.
But tell us about it.
Well, it like I said, it just encapsulates, the steps along the way, my life, and talks about the highs and the lows, and even talks about some of the because I also coached in the NFL for 5 years as well. I was Mike Martz. He hired me to coach. I was the offensive assistant with him at St. Louis for 2004, 2005, and then when he got fired there, he was hired as the offensive coordinator in Detroit with the Lions, and he brought me along as the offensive coordinator. Like the current Lions head coach was my player, Dan Campbell.
Really?
As a matter of fact, this young man played. He was out there catching the ball, blocking, and he had one arm. He's out there playing with one arm, guys. And I mean, playing at a high level. I have so much respect for this guy because his pain tolerance is incredible to be out there doing that. So I'm really happy for him today and his success.
Before I ask you about Sunday and your pick, where can people, purchase the book?
Yes, it's at all your bookstores, your Amazon.
There's still bookstores?
Oh, well, you know what I mean. Your online realtor.
Yeah.
Your online realtor. Yeah.
Did you do an Audible version?
Not yet, but I'm working on
Looking
that.
forward to
yes,
that.
Ma'am, I'm working
Those
on
of us who have ADD, we gotta get the Audible versions of things.
I'm gonna work on that because I've been asked that.
But you got a good voice, so that's
Okay,
I listen to TB12s, love Tom Brady, but sometimes I wasn't crazy about his voice in there.
Right.
Okay.
I give my wife so crap. She loves reading. And she always has these audiobooks in the car. I go, isn't that cheating? Is that really reading if it's being read to you?
That's correct. It's not reading.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, for people like me, I need that.
Right,
but I'm just saying, I would think having it, and that's why I said to you, about the book
hardback.
in your
Yes, sir.
hand.
Yes, sir.
Well, not, even the paperback. Just having a book in your hand means something to me as a very old person.
I kind of agree with you there. I would agree. I wouldn't argue with you there.
I would have to have your book in my hand, and you're reading to me at the same time, and then I think it would be.
And see who if you can keep up with them as Wendell's reading it.
It would stay with my brain longer.
You may be overwhelmed though with both of them, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I think maybe I
I don't know
possibly.
with that voice.
I think so.
Oh, we got a little comedy network over here too, huh?
Sometimes he's funny. Sometimes he's funny.
Give me your prediction for Sunday.
Tough one. Philly.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
Really? Why is that?
Because it's the better team.
Oh gosh, you're killing yourself.
They do, and I just don't. Kansas City has to come in here and stop Saquon.
Okay.
If you do that, A.J. Brown's going to kill you. I don't think you can do both. You can't stop both.
What about stopping Patrick Mahomes?
He doesn't have enough arsenal.
You don't think so?
We got to. Did you take away Travis? Who else we got?
Well, they've been using Travis as a decoy.
Yeah, but Travis been catching a lot of balls too, though. Still.
Yeah. I got a nice parlay on him.
They got Taylor though. They got Taylor.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
She's not catching the ball though.
They're finding a way to win. They're finding a way to win.
And that's the most impressive. And you know what?
They're not as good as
I don't feel comfortable going against Andy Reid now. I really don't, because I love me some Andy Reid, but gosh, I can't see them beating. I can't see them climbing this mountain and beating them. I don't see it.
Now, do you bet?
I do draft.
Okay,
Pick like little teams.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Wendell, we appreciate your time.
Okay.
I can't wait to read the book.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get your information. We're going to get you back on next,
Okay.
in the upcoming weeks.
Sounds good.
And after I read it, we'll talk about it, and
Okay.
maybe I'll learn how to write some poetry as
That'd
well.
be
I want
wonderful.
to give you my Knockout Radio Challenge coin
Okay.
for stopping by and saying hi.
Thank you.
Let's hit a break. We're still live on YouTube. We're still live on Facebook. Back at the network. Let's hit a quick break. Coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio.
Thank you, man. I'm gonna need your so I'm gonna get this to you. You got a card?
I want to interview because I'm with ABC 7 in Sarasota.
Yeah, I know. I knew
It's
you.
like-
I kept saying to myself, I know her.
Yeah, so I want to interview for the
I came down. I did your show. What's something voices?
Yes, I remember that with our girl.
Yes.
Yes.
I can't think her name.
Is
I got you, Randy. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
empowering.
Empowering voice.
Yes,
There you go.
That was
I knew I knew you. I knew you. I watch Channel 7.
Yeah.
I do. I really do. I watch you guys. Yeah, I know you are. I know you are.
I've been in sports for years before that. So listen, now that I've got you here, if you don't mind, I'll give a quick soundbite, a little package for him about the book.
Okay.
Have you got it here?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, all right. If you could just tell me your name again.
It's Wendell Patrick Carter.
And okay, so I see Wendell, you're down here on Radio Road. Tell
Yeah.
us why you're here.
I'm down here to promote my new book, 4 Year Start, which talks about my life growing up in Sarasota, Florida. Then leaving there, going to Florida State University, then playing 10 years in the National Football League, and then also coaching. So it encapsulates all of that, but it's done through coach. I think it's ever been done.
How you combine a
You know how crazy this gets. Cappa's not here yet.
I'm easy, man.
Oh no, we can hold it down. Well, oh yeah, no.
It's a gift.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I just feel bad. I try to, the military in me, you know, I kind of stay on. And
You can't do it.
here I can. It's so hard, you know. But to me, it's if I make a commitment, you know, I do times, and you know, I got to stay to it. But nobody else does.
No one else does.
I can't stay because
Well, there's leniency here, right? You know, unless you're like, you know.
live now on Facebook, live on YouTube now. So I'm just so you're aware.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that heads up.
It's kind of like when Donald Trump called. All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio. Super Bowl LIX. Is it I or is it? It's I. Not
LIX. LIX.
Yeah, LAX.
LIX.
LIX. Jeb Terry, I don't know how to introduce you. Do I introduce you as the entrepreneur? Do I introduce you as a former Tampa Bay Buccaneer? Where do we go?
There's a lot of ways, you know. It depends on what interview we're doing. But yeah, former Tampa Bay Buck and now entrepreneur, executive, trying to change the sports world for the better.
First and foremost, you look outstanding.
Thank you.
You know, and I talk to a lot, you know, Alex Cappa, Caleb Benenat, Ali Marpet. You know, we talk about, you know, once you leave what you do, you're the profession of the NFL, you know, what did you weigh?
320.
Okay, so you go from 320 to, I'm going to say 220?
Ooh, I'll take that. No, I'm like 65, 70. I'm still
Okay.
I'm still
Well, you're tall.
still carrying
so,
it.
Yeah.
Look, if you can pay me to be 300 pounds again, I'm in. I'll eat all you give me. But yeah, it took a lot of focus to get down and something more manageable, and it feels great.
How long did it take to lose it?
You know, it was an ebb and flow. I actually ended up getting a hip replacement a few years ago, and that's what changed everything. It gave me the mobility and things to do more. By the way, if anyone ever needs a hip replacement, get it done. Best thing.
My brother just did it.
Best surgery I've ever had. It was incredible. At any rate, that was able to set me up to get my mind back right for the activity I need to do and help me get back there. So it took me 2-3 years.
I think people are scared of that. My wife's a nurse. She's been in nursing 40-some years, and, you know, the knees are going, and she watches me. I beg her, please, let's go take, you know, the grandkids to Disney. She can't go. And if I feel bad, so she finally did the one last year.
Oh, good.
The second one is in 2 weeks. I feel like the worst human being on earth because every time she schedules it, guess what week it is?
Super Bowl week.
Yeah, so she has to prolong it. I want her to do it as soon as possible, but I'm like, any but that week.
That week's a tough one.
So it opened up this week, but she's waiting, you know, 2 more weeks.
Good. Well, good luck to her on that.
Yeah, you know, it's, I can't wait, and then retirement, then we get to play with the babies and, you know, all that kind of stuff. When did you, as a player, were you thinking entrepreneur? Were you thinking what's next while you were playing?
Definitely. You know, and one of the guys I think our audience will know, Ryan Neese, you know, longtime Tampa Bay Buck, one of my best friends. When we finished playing, we actually started a business together. I don't know if you remember those days.
Yeah, I do.
Straight Cast Media and all that, and that was our, you know, entrance into this entrepreneurship business of sports world, and we had some success with that, and that's what I've been doing ever since. So we're enjoying it.
It's funny to me. I don't know if it's funny to you, and I'm hoping it is. You know, when your people, you know, they reach out, and this happened when the UFC first sent that press release, and they're like, "Hey, Randy, can you get this guy on?" And I'm like, and I go and I pull it up, and I sometimes I joke, sometimes I don't. And they're like, I tell them, you don't even need to bother. Just tell Jeb it's Randy.
Yeah.
You know, so when it goes full circle from the relationship, you know, that we met, and I've always said to players, you know, I don't care what you do. You know, I don't, and I don't care if you're a football player, if you work at McDonald's. That's how we met. We met because you played football, and I was covering you.
And I wasn't a star by any means. And that's what I talk to young players now today. It's like, look, if you have the opportunity to engage the community and get to know people, and you treat it with a mutual respect, these things come around. The world is flat. Time, you know, I mean that.
Yeah, I was going to jump on it in a second.
You know what sense I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
In terms of connectivity at a global scale.
I don't want to talk Bryce Mitchell.
No, we're not going to get to that. But, like, look, it's a small world, and things come in full circle all the time. And, you know, it's fortunate that we continue to have that relationship, and now we can talk shop, you know.
Jorge Masvidal, when he won the BMF belt, you know, he came and blatantly said, if you didn't talk to me before, don't talk to me now. You know, and I respect that. And I love talking to everybody. And a lot of times you can't go to, you think Warren Sapp would have just sat there, because he just left here. Do you think he would have sat in this chair with being on Radio Row if we were not friends when he was a rookie.
Great point.
You know?
Yeah.
So that I tell people the same thing because
Yep.
you never know, what doors. Leslie was doing an interview over there. So
Hi, Leslie.
welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
Good
How
to
are you?
see you here.
Good to
Thanks
see
for
you.
stopping in with us.
Were you
Thank
covering
you.
the team back then? Leslie's media. She's done weather and traffic and
Okay,
the
great.
sports chicks and all that stuff in the Tampa Bay area back in the day.
Yeah, and even in LA prior to that, but probably have more of a sports background. But with ADHD, I think I'll go do weather now. Now I think I'll do this, I'll do that. But yes, I did cover him, not when he was a rookie, but I came in the year after they
was
won
talking-
the Super Bowl.
I was talking about Jeb.
Oh, I thought you meant Warren.
Warren's gone. No.
So for me,
Oh,
it was
good.
like 2000 and.
I got there the 04 draft, so that was the.
Yes, then I was there.
Yeah,
That-
04 draft.
That's when I started.
Yeah.
So I was there.
Do,
yeah.
do you ever think, because I say this to Mark Royals, was Mark playing when you were playing? I don't know. He was in and out, and
Yeah.
he played for the Bucks twice and whatever. Mark was there the year before they won the Super Bowl, and then the year after. Dave Moore left
Moore.
and then came back. Do you ever
By the way,
think?
Dave Moore, what a great guy.
Oh no, awesome.
Oh.
Awesome. He's also my insurance agent.
Oh, yeah.
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 Speaking of
There it is.
entrepreneurship.
Dave's one of the best.
Do you ever think, now you can't help when you were born and all that kind of stuff, but you get there at 04, they won it in 02, it's like 2 years? Yeah, couldn't have been more 2
It
years
felt
sooner.
close, and all my buddies on the team had rings, and you're like, wow, it can happen, right? But
It feels in reach, right?
It feels in reach. That's exactly right. And the staff was there, and a lot of the best
Yeah.
players were still there, so definitely felt in reach. It was awesome to be part of the program there.
As far as I'm concerned, Jose was still there.
Yeah.
Remember the caterer, Jose? Of
course.
Awesome stuff.
Legend.
So you guys.
When we were in old $1,
Oh, yeah.
eating off paper plates.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
We're kind of removed from that now, but that's where it all came from, right? There's Jose. What a legend.
I hate when media, because I rip everybody. I'm an equal opportunity ripist. The beer in there was bad or the food there was bad. The media got to eat with you guys back in the day. And what was really weird is, so the NFL players, the NFL stars are walking down this conveyor belt, like throwing food on a paper plate. And, next to Jeb Terry or Warren Sapp is Randy Harris getting a chicken wing.
Getting food. It was a unique time. I got to tell you what, a lot of fond memories from being there.
Let's talk about what you're doing now. I got the opportunity to see some of the videos, and
Okay.
it's hard to explain, but I know this is kind of Leslie's world as well, because you said you do that with the
The
virtual.
VR, virtual reality. I love it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, in fact, I use it to work out now. I'm thinking about canceling my gym membership.
Are you?
Just because I do the Supernatural
Okay.
on the
Yeah,
MetaQuest.
yeah.
And it's the only thing that I've found that I don't get distracted and I continue them. Before you know it, it's been 45 minutes.
And yeah,
It transports you to a whole nother world. It's fantastic. So it's the cool stuff, and it's only the future.
we
right?
agree. Look, I think we can all agree that the next 5 to 10 years, the world will be more immersive and more digital.
Right.
Right. And so what we try to do is leverage all that tech and combine it with the experience economy, where we create this fandom, this energy, this connectivity. No headset, no goggles, but you're in an environment that feels like you were there with hundreds of other fans, great food, great drinks, and that's what Cosmo
So
delivers.
explain that technology. So for someone who doesn't have to put on the glasses, how does that work?
So if you think about immersive capture and doing live sport for a headset, you have to have a fisheye wide-angle lens. It has to be all these various,
Clamped against your
specifications.
head. Yes.
Right? And so what we're able to do is we can produce for that, but we also produce for a large format dome. So imagine that same immersive view, but take it off, the headset off, and now you're in our domes are 86 feet across, 12K resolution, come up over your head.
Wow.
The coolest, craziest displays you've ever seen.
Like something out of Total Recall.
100%. You're in there, and it's like you're there. It literally is that. We saw that early days when I was prototyping the opportunity, and we've only gotten better from there. And so it really gives you that experience. And then we have great food, drinks, loungy chairs. It's energy and it's fun, and that's the product at the end of the day.
As you sit there and you're watching, I saw the video of Royal Rumble
Yeah.
just last Saturday. As I'm watching it, I felt like that dude was really getting thrown over
Yeah.
the ring. So talk about that and how cool that is.
Yeah.
Well, it's really about the capture side of having great camera placements. So you're not just in there watching a TV, right? We do our own production. So we have, in the game alone this Sunday, we have 7 cameras dedicated to bringing content into our venues. So you're under the goalposts, you're on the Chapman carts. You have these amazing views where it is frankly, views you can't necessarily get in a stadium. Now, we will never replace that in-venue experience. That's so special in the live event. But we're going to give you something that combines some of that.
I don't know,
with
man.
the
There's
best
no
of
drunk
at-home.
people. There's no drunk people around. No one's throwing anything at you. It might be better.
I mean, people are having fun. That's for sure.
So let me ask you this: if it's different angles that the NFL doesn't have, can they be using your stuff as well? Because there's been a lot of misplays. The Bucs had one where it should have been a turnover, but they didn't have that angle.
Well, look, what a lot of people don't realize is that, the pylon cameras on NFL Sundays, we do that as well. So we do that to support a lot of the linear production partners. So we've been working in this construct for a long time. And so, yes, whenever we bring our cameras on site, leagues and broadcasters have access to them as well, clearly, as part of the partnerships. But there's a lot of unique things we can do. We're continuing to invest in that space. And look, the fan experience when you come to a Cosmo is just incredible. We're really proud of the offering. We do it, by the way, just alone, we have 7 different leagues represented over the next 7 days.
Wow.
So live sports globally. NBA, NHL, UFC, Premier League, EFL, Super Bowl. It's a fantastic offering.
It's really the new wave of entertainment.
We think so.
It is the future of it. And eventually, I would imagine you could bring this down into your living room,
You'd
right?
be surprised how many people asked for that
Yeah.
already. Maybe. Eventually.
Yeah.
I know the form factor could get there. But look, I'm looking in Tampa right now, hoping to bring a Cosmo.
I was just going to ask that. Where are the buildings right now? And I know when I had you on the radio last time, you had 1 or 2, and now you have.
So we
more
have
than that.
LA and Dallas are open.
Right.
We're opening in Atlanta and Detroit next year, and now we're looking for other locations at a global scale. In the U.S., we really love Florida. Trying to find the right opportunities, where to go, where to locate it. We love the East Coast. I mean,
Tampa, come on.
we're looking. Hey,
What are you looking for into the locations? What is it?
yeah, we like to have a district mentality where there's a lot of placemaking going on, where fans are coming, hanging out, and there's things to do. I don't necessarily want to be a side of the highway attraction. We want to be part of the fabric of an authentic community. Now look what's happening down in Channelside now and everything going on there. From when we were there to what's going on now.
Yeah.
I mean, holy cow.
Right.
It's incredible. Like those types of
We have a
active
downtown now.
areas. There's
Yeah.
a downtown now.
Yeah.
The
I
new St.
get
Pete,
it.
when they put the stadium up, they're supposed to have,
They're supposed to
a
have
total
all those things,
channel side type of place.
So those are the types of things where there's action and activity to be there as part of a draw to bring hundreds of thousands of fans to Cosm, and also be part of a district where there's a live, work, play mentality and an always-on 24/7 type of activation.
We're going to continue with Jeb Terry. Let's go hit a quick break. Coming to you live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. This is Knockout Radio, brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink.
Typically, what happens as soon as he walks out, or anybody walks out.
I'm the way here. I'm here.
What are you asking me?
Make sure we're not on.
Oh, we're not. Well, I don't hear myself. It's an ad.
You said that you can hear yourself. You can hear the commercial.
Live from Radio Row here. Things are getting hectic and crazy, and
We're back.
I'm freaking out because I know you're need to leave soon. Alex Cappa's trying to get his wristband. I want to connect the two of you.
We'll get there. It'll happen. It'll work.
What goes into it? I know that you said you're looking at other places, and you said once or twice the U.S. Is anything going to be outside international?
Definitely, we are looking international. We have a lot of demand, global demand, for what we're doing, and we're vetting those opportunities now. Look, you look in Europe specifically, you look in London, in the UK, as a fantastic opportunity for us to take sport there, take COSM there, and so we're active in market now and at other global destinations.
You talked, WWE, the UFC, Super Bowl. Talk about, because we're mutual friends with Dana White. So talk to me about how that all went down, the conversation, how much, the thrill I'm sure that he had in this, and that's why you're partners with them.
Look, we're really fortunate. We have an office in Salt Lake City. The UFC was coming to town for a big pay-per-view event. We were able to get him over into our demo, early days. And just like it hit me, I swear, it hit him. He's like, what is this? Right? And called all those guys, get down here now. You got to check it out. This is going to be the future of sport. And look, he's been incredibly supportive. He's mentioned this a few times in some of his interviews and podcasts, and it's been fantastic to work with him and his organization. And being able to provide this to the fans has been fantastic to see, because the fight fandom is absolutely incredible.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's totally different. Yeah, those guys are just, and girls,
the entire crowd. Look, on UFC 312 on Saturday, it's going to promise to be another incredible show. And we love to be able to provide those inside the octagon type views. I mean, I need to get you out.
Yes, you do.
That's what we need to do.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because, I would want to, now, I've been to, this is 312, I've been to 200 and whatever, covered the UFC longer and blah, 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 blah. So when I'm not there, I'm watching it on TV at home.
Yeah.
So I would like to see,
Come see what we've got. Look, because we do give you those literally inside octagon views. And like I said, you look at Dana and his entire organization and the way they really deliver for the fan and give them something unique and are innovative and try new things. And it's because of that spirit of innovation that we've been able to do this. And now, again, we have a camera basically inside the octagon. So you can see and feel when someone gets hit, you feel it in COSM. And it really feels like you have that octagon side seat.
One more, and I know Leslie has something for you.
Okay.
Yes, I'm down 42 pounds. So I dumped 42 pounds. It's crazy.
By the way, you look great.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. My daughter got married, so I had to look good for the photos. But the important question is, you said great food. Tell me about the food.
Yeah, the F&B and hospitality at COSM is critical. One of the things we say in-house, it's, hey, our technology will wow. I know that. It's the hospitality that wins at the end of the day, and if we can deliver on that fan experience, the company will win. So that is the focus. It's the F&B, so great food, approachable food though. Unique take on food that you already know. Where it's like, instead of regular nachos, it's Korean corn street cheese nachos. It's double Wagyu smash burgers. It's poke bowls or tuna nachos. Like just an elevated approach to it that we think is critical to our success. And then of course, great food, but the drinks as well. Local craft beers, all the things you might want.
It's nice to have it step up like craft beers and then not such your bar food that you see.
You don't
in
want
many
bar food.
things.
That's
No,
exactly
you don't
right.
want it. So many places do that. You might enjoy the event and then you feel terrible.
When's the last time you went to a stadium and you're like, man, that food was so good?
Never.
Yeah.
Right? Never.
Yeah.
And so we brought all that in-house.
Maybe a Dodger dog.
Dodger Dog's pretty unique, yeah. And that's the thing is do that, and then of course the staff and the approach and the energy. That's our product at the end of the day, and we make sure we focus on that quite heavily.
Is there a sport that you don't think would work? I don't know what that might be. That's just totally different. Because let's be honest, baseball's boring.
Yeah,
okay.
But the World Series in COSM was absolutely insane.
Was it?
Oh,
well, and that's why I
will
was
say,
asking.
Game 1, Dodgers, Freddie Freeman grand slam walk-off, arguably the best sports moment of my life. I was watching Inside COSM. Now, I was heavily emotional because that was one of the first big events we did, and it was going nuts. But that was incredible. It was the energy, everything we dreamed about, that landed it. So you have home plate views, you have dugout views, you have outfield views.
So
it's
it sounds like it almost takes a boring game like baseball to a whole new level, that it might be even better to watch it there than go to the game.
A boring game like baseball.
You're not going to get me to say that. But
Randy,
what you get is we bring the pomp, the pageantry, the whole thing. When you get these views of Dodger Stadium or, Citi Field or Yankee Stadium, right, these amazing iconic venues, it's like you're there. It really is. And I know I sound crazy when I say that.
No, it's like you're the ref.
but
You're
it's-
kind of like the ref right
It
down
is-
on the field,
It is
right?
literally
it's-
like you're there, and then because the fans coming out wearing the jerseys,
Yeah.
screaming the chants, doing the things, it really feels like you're NFC Championship game. The Eagles chant was just reverberating through our venues, and you would have felt you're there. Now, we didn't have some of the fighting you might have seen on socials,
Right.
but we had the energy that you want, right?
Bare knuckle, you into any of that stuff yet?
No, I haven't done bare knuckle. I haven't done slap league. Haven't done any of that stuff yet. One thing we haven't done is auto racing. I expect that we'll have some of that coming. Could be pretty cool. A lot of forms of that. There's a lot of cool stuff. Live music. We have live music coming.
Really?
That's going to be awesome. So think live from Destination XYZ.
Sure.
Right. So think about that experiential side of it. All those things we can build on.
So those people that can't go see, what's her name, Tay-Tay, Tata?
Taylor Swift?
Yeah,
You
but
know,
what's her
you
name?
know.
No,
Swifties.
I don't know her nickname. Tata, is that it?
Tay-Tay.
Tay-Tay. See, I don't.
Even I don't believe that one.
Honestly, I
Thank
didn't.
you. Thank you for calling
I
him out
can't
on
just
that.
let that ride.
No, I'm not trying to be. No, I'm not. Well, I knew it started with a T. I mean, come on.
Well, name is Tay.
Arguably the greatest performer of all time, to what she's done. I mean,
sure.
Amazing. But
Yeah.
you can't get to the stadium,
This
come
is-
watch her at Cappa.
yeah.
Like that's the hope.
That's
Yeah.
actually brilliant to do
Yeah.
an immersive eras tour or
Yeah,
something like that. My
that's what I'm saying.
goodness, you would
Exactly.
talk about that. You could retire forever just from the Swifties
It's-
being involved.
Look, the thing we focus on is fandom, right? Whether you're a fan of sport, music, art, cinema, entertainment, it's fandom. And our goal is to leverage technology to give fans an amazing experience about whatever they love. We've showcased a lot of live sport. We now have O from Cirque du Soleil in there as well, which
Ooh,
is pretty
that's
incredible.
great.
So there's a lot of cool things that we're layering in as we program these.
I used to ask you guys back in the day, do you ever pinch yourself? I'm playing in the NFL. I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. Have you done that? I mean, this is taking everything to a whole new level. And I mean, I can see it on your face how excited you are
Yeah.
about it. But have you said, like, I can't believe this?
Look, this has been, I mean, a labor of love, and even the way you would say it. The only thing I can compare this stretch is to like week 2 of training camp in Orlando, where it's 115 degrees.
Yeah.
You're,
The two-a-days,
that the old school 2-a-days.
Yeah.
I can't believe I say old school.
I know. Well, I was thinking that that's old. Yeah. We already talked about old $1. We already talked about
Man,
it.
but those when 2-a-days were 2-a-days.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was about cutting the strong from the weak. I mean, that is what those were.
Sure.
And that grind has been a 5-year grind to build this business. And I've had a moment. There's a few moments I've had where, you well up inside, just the pride in the team and the execution of what they've done. But we have so much more to build that it's fleeting. You got to move to the next. I'll never forget Ronnie Lott, a great mentor of mine.
Sure.
He came and spoke to our team. And I was like, how did you do it? Right? It's one of the all-time greats every year. And he's like a rookie mentality. Always have, not just every year, every day. And so continuing to focus on that and continuing to build, that's what we're doing.
What about the Sphere? Have you ever been to the Sphere?
I have.
How can you? I mean, that's different, a little bit different than what you're saying, but that's kind of like what we have right now. That's somewhat similar, where you feel like you're in a different environment.
Yeah,
and this, you're pressing or pushing the pages of reality within that. So how can you kind of compare that with what you're doing, even though it's a bit different?
Look,
Give people an idea.
Sphere is incredible what they've built. I mean, it's an amazing marvel. I've been there. It is amazing when you're in there. Amazing concert hall, concert venue, performance venue. And we have the same large macro thesis as leveraging technology to give you, the fans, something amazing. So we're really much aligned there. We both have domes, but we're a smaller form factor, live sports and entertainment, very complementary of each other. But
more personal because it's
I
smaller.
got to jump in. I got to jump in. We only have 2 minutes till the top of the break. Jed Terry has to go.
There he is.
Alex Cappa, Jed Terry,
Good to see
both
you.
former Buccaneers.
There you go.
You can talk some Bucks, but first of all, what's up with the locks?
Dude, I had to clean up. I'm a dad now, so
there you go. You look good.
semi-presentable. I'm not cleaned up like you are, but
You don't need to be. You're still playing.
I know. I still got a few
Come
more
on,
years.
enjoy it while you got it. Let it ride.
Yeah.
That was like, one of your logos was the locks. But yeah, you're a dad.
Yeah. So, I try to look all right, but sometimes it's just too much. You got to let the hair go.
Yeah, you gotta let it go. Get a little grimy.
One day I'll get a suit jacket, and
One
people
day.
will really take me serious.
One day, my hand's not in the dirt anymore. I wish it was. but you have to adjust a little bit.
You should hear about his business. It's crazy. I know traffic and trying to get into this place is a zoo,
Yeah,
but
sorry about
this
that.
is going to be up your alley.
Don't worry about it.
You know, like watching a UFC, not being at the UFC, but in their dome.
Unbelievable.
Will be like you're in the UFC.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your favorite sport outside of football?
MMA for sure.
Okay, yeah. So we have UFC 312 on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nuts. We have cameras basically inside the octagon, and so the views are literally the absolute best. Almost better than sitting octagon side yourself because you
Dude,
don't have to
sometimes
look
it is better than sitting octagon.
Yeah.
Because it's tough to see when you're actually there sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's really tough to
Yeah.
see. Even like as close as it gets right there, it's tough to see the action. So it's an awesome experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
So will we be able to watch Alex in the dome? Like, is it a bucket? Is it a Bengal game? I mean,
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, we've had plenty of Bengals games. I got to show Alex the video. So if you look at what we're doing,
So it's not just that Nintendo. What was it, Nickelodeon, or where
so look,
screenshot it.
and
Simpsons
yeah,
broadcast.
and as a lineman, you're going to love this because we have a camera under the goalpost, so
you can see what's going on
we can
for
see
real.
what's going on for real. That's exactly right. So look, this was the snow game. So this is the crowd sitting here,
Oh, yeah.
and this is us under the goalpost.
Okay.
Oh, you're in the action, baby.
In the action, and that's a big, massive LED dome. There's hundreds of people in there, and so you watch this play develop, and you can see the whole thing. Right. So this is our live crowd.
Yeah.
And then you see that.
It's crazy. TV broadcast, sometimes you can't really see what's going on inside. Like, and if you don't get a replay, it's tough to see what's going on in the trenches.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So the viewpoints we have, you can actually see what's in the trenches. That's how I watched film, right? I like the end zone shot.
Absolutely.
Right. So yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Old school Buck, new school. We were talking
I'm
about
old
back in the
school now.
day.
It's been a while since I've been over there.
How many years do you have now?
I just finished 7.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, wow.
That's fantastic.
And it's been 3 years since I was with the Bucks. There's a lot of turnover in the league, dude. It's crazy. Like, you look back at the team, there's not that many guys left anymore. you know?
NFL
Yeah.
not for long.
Exactly.
That's exactly right.
A lot of country songs, the 100 years and, life passes. So does the NFL career. I mean, you're here and then all of a sudden it's,
And then
we're
you're
talking
here.
old school.
You're there, then you're here.
I'm not there yet. I'm still in the action.
That's awesome. Jeb, thank you very much.
Thanks for
I
having me.
definitely want to get out. I want to experience that.
Let me know.
We need to go together. We need to go to one of these
Absolutely.
and
Yeah.
do this. Oh, by the way, Alex Cappa hanging out with us now. Let's go ahead at the top of the hour break, coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio.
Sorry to jump in at the end there.
Glad to see you. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Leslie Lacey. Yeah, good to meet
All right, man. Thank you. That's fun.
Let's stay in
you. Hey,
touch.
it's a pleasure. Can't wait to see the future of this thing.
No doubt.
It's going to be great.
All right.
Get your address to send you my thank you gifts and stuff.
Do you do virtual reality and all? Do you ever do the MetaQuest or anything like that? I mean, you're pretty good. You're reality, though.
The only virtual reality I do is boxing on the
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I do that one too. And do you have Creed? Which one do you do? There's one with Creed in there that's got
No, not
Michael
Creed.
B. Jordan.
It's another one. I've done the Creed. Sorry about that, dude. You look great. You look great, dude. You been working or what?
About 42.
That's awesome.
Really,
Daughter got married. Yeah.
I heard. Cleaned up the beard and everything.
Yeah.
Put a suit on. Yeah.
I'm doing that 16-8 diet thing where you fast for 16 hours.
That's not too bad, right?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's a piece of cake.
So when do you eat? 12 days or
12
something?
days. That was awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Glad that worked. Appreciate it. So
Yeah,
keep
for sure.
stay in touch. I want to definitely. We'll figure out some things
Thanks.
to do.
That was great. He was great.
Be careful. You gotta come check it out.
Yeah. I will. So super cool.
Sometimes I fudge a little. 30.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to do really 16, but I want to do 14. I want to do 15. Yeah. I said that I don't feel better. I was taking Mark Pullman to my biggest fan's house for his birthday. I told you the guy with the tattoo, the knockout radio tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
So we showed up.
He's still
He's still going, but he's sober and all that stuff. But he pulled up in a walker, and so he's like, "So how do you feel?" He was just here in the UFC. I don't feel any different. And then I go, "But I can walk up and down stairs a little bit better." He goes, "Then dumbass, you feel better."
I feel way better. What do we got on next?
Alex Cappa.
Come on.
Jonathan Casillas. You know him? So I used to do a show with him as well. So this is two
Warren
Super
Sapp
Bowl
earlier.
rings.
He sat down with us. Sapp. Yeah, we already had him in here. Yeah, he may come back a little bit later. Randy's good friends with him. My cousin is Charlie Hewlett. He's a snapper for the Browns.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's been there about 10 years.
Yeah.
And he's on the IR with this year. He said, let's see what happens. Usually they don't get hurt, you know.
Long snap would be a tough business.
Yeah, but it's one of the positions where typically don't get hurt as much as long as you don't screw up. You know, you just stand up, block. Sometimes they'll put him in special teams, but he does. You know, he does really well. And you know, he's an interesting thing. He didn't even know he was going to be a football player.
When did he start?
Well, when he needed to go to, he was at Tampa, he's Sarasota, Tampa kid, and he in high school he took a few snaps, and his high school coach said, look, you know, USF wouldn't even look at him. So he went to Orlando with UCF, and he said, just take a look at this guy. And so he redshirted as a tight end, and he didn't even think he was going to be good. And then what happened was his long snapper he goes,
He's making a corporate decision.
okay, what? That's fine. Yeah. Of course, man. Of course. No. Hey, come on. And so.
Sorry.
Do you want me to move
Are you
over
okay
here?
with that?
Of course.
Okay. No, just think of it.
Come on.
It ain't for me, it's for those guys. I'm sorry.
Come on, Johnny.
Who we got? Oh, okay.
This is awesome.
Just make sure Randy asked you the question I want, which is going to be, I'll just say, I just wanted to know if it changed your mindset on Brady.
Publicize it and
You
do
know what
a
I mean?
mock
Like to come
on
on
that.
rookie. Yeah.
Alex Cappa. Nice to meet you, Alex.
Randy, hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Who's thinking of
Behind your natives.
Hey, come on in here. Come on in. God, it's so Here, if you want to act
But basically, I'm going to sit back and not even do anything. The three of you are going to. We ain't got time right now.
It was scheduled.
It was not scheduled. It was not scheduled.
How much time do you have?
To what? No, we'll do it after. We'll do it after.
Randy, listen to this.
What?
Saying gain and weight, not good for you. That's what the radio's telling me, dude.
Gatorade?
Saying you're looking great.
Oh, Leslie, blame Nate. Blame Nate. And what's interesting, we'll talk about the Kaepernick thing. Are you cool with that?
Huh?
Huh?
Wait,
You were involved with the Kaepernick thing, right?
no.
No?
I was in New England my entire career.
All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. This is going to be interesting. This has never happened. Not one, not two, but three hanging out here. Three athletes hanging out. Two ex-co-hosts, Alex Cappa, Jonathan Casillas, and Nate Boyer. Nate, tell us a little bit.
Oh, no. I'm Brandon Bolden.
Brandon Bow. Oh, okay. No, that's why I was saying that Nate didn't show, and I thought that's. Sorry about that.
No, all good.
You're good.
All
Trying to get caught. Jonathan, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. Yeah, talk to me. You know me.
Oh yeah. Well,
You know me. We know each other.
yeah.
I'm good, bro. It's good to be here. You know, I started my career in New Orleans. I see a lot of familiar faces, but I played on a lot of teams. I was telling Brandon earlier. I said I know too many people here. I shouldn't know so many people here. I know people from media. I know people from the Giants. I know people from the Saints. I know people from the Patriots. I played on a lot of teams, bro. You know, and I know you from Tampa.
Yeah.
You know, but it's good to be here. It's a great. Of course, the Super Bowl is one of the greatest events every single year of sports. In sports, but then you look at the teams that are playing in the Super Bowl as well. You got, a team that's going for, their third straight, which nobody's ever done. And then the Philadelphia Eagles with Saquon Barkley, the guy that the Giants let go to the Philadelphia Eagles. I think it's a great storyline. You got two great franchises playing against each other. You can't make up a better game.
Is that a frustration from your career that you bounced around a lot, or do you enjoy it, or because you still carved out a really good career?
I'll tell you a funny story real quick. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, my relationship with them has been, as both of you know, right? So I used to think that I was responsible for you being sent to New England. right? I'm saying it.
Really?
I'm saying it.
Okay. I was like, for real?
You don't have that much power.
No, I'm saying it jokingly, but personally,
No, 'cause I know I was directly responsible for that.
No, I know. But as soon as the radio show's going good, and we talked about that show was going great, and all of a sudden you get traded to New England. So in a way, I felt like I had something to do with you getting that Super Bowl ring.
Oh, okay. I like that. But hey, listen, you know, I'd never have felt any type of way, but when I was in Tampa, we were struggling really bad that year under Lovey, and I wasn't playing. And this is why. And I don't know if I told you this story, B, because they all loved me when I got to New England. Yeah. They know how hard I worked. They knew the type of guy I was immediately, right when I got there. I wasn't playing for Tampa. Like, this is the worst team in the league, and I'm not playing for them, right? I'm going to practice every day. I had pulled my hamstring on kickoff against New Orleans when I was playing for Tampa. And I talked to Lovey right before our bye week, right? I talked to him. We were playing Baltimore, the Ravens, with Joe Flacco right after the bye, right? And I talked to Lovey. I said, hey, man, what's your plans for me after the bye week? And Lovey Smith told me, oh, you're going to play against the Ravens. Okay, cool. So Ravens week come up after the bye week. I'm not on no depth charts. I'm not playing in the game at all. And I'm like, hey, Lovey, man, I'm a grown man, bro. I'm not a kid. I'm a professional, right? I come to talk to you as a man. Right. You're supposed to speak to me and tell me what's right, what's up. You know what I mean? I talk to you, say, oh, you were never going to play. This is what Lovey told me. Look, I got the utmost respect for him as a coach, but sure. I'm just telling you what happened. You were never going to play. You know them hamstrings take a while. And I was like, what? And I called my agent. I said, bro, you got to get me out of here, bro. And then I'm watching the game, and I didn't feel part of the Tampa Bay at all. I'm watching the game, and I watched Joe Flacco throw 4 touchdowns in the first quarter. I said, I'm glad I'm getting the hell up out of here. I'm glad I'm not part of this bullshit anymore. But look, I had nothing against Tampa. I really don't have anything against him. I got nothing against Lovey. It's just what it is. Right. Situations happen. Me and Hardy Nickerson didn't get along. But it is what it is. I'm trying to be a pro. Right, we're talking about a Hall of Fame guy here. But, happens, bro. Y'all play in the league. You don't get along with everyone. No. Right. You just don't. Right. For me, I just try to be a pro throughout the whole process. That's it.
I always find it hard to grasp when somebody as awesome, we have a great relationship, you were there for everybody, has issues. It's kind of like when we talk MMA, Alex, it's like, how do these guys go from this to now they're a killer in a cage? Yeah. And then can turn it on and turn it off.
Yeah. And that's like, even if it's a lot of nice guys, it's a lot of big personalities. Big a lot of strong opinions.
All alphas now.
And the other thing is, Randy, you spend so much time together in the building that it's like, kind of inevitable that these guys are going to get on your nerves sometimes.
Yeah, 100%.
Nate, I know you're with doing stuff with the Americans.
I'm not Nate.
Stop looking at your notes. Your notes are wrong.
Somebody said wrong.
Nick. I'm flustered. I haven't seen Brandon. Oh,
look at me every time you want to talk to Brandon.
I'll let you talk to Brandon.
All right, Brandon, what you?
All right. Luckily for me, it's time to take a real quick break. So let's hit a break. We'll be right back with Brandon, Alex, and Jonathan. This is Knockout Radio.
That's hilarious, bro.
I'm Alex Cappa. Brandon Bolt. Nice to meet you, boss.
You're current. You're still playing.
Still playing.
Oh, good for you.
Nice, bro. Nice. I was sitting in the arena. I was like, yo, this year, man.
Throwaway games, bad things happen.
Yeah, early.
What the fuck is y'all? Y'all be struggling
Sorry.
every year.
I'm trying to stick on notes. I'm trying to skip notes.
Yeah,
I just got
sometimes
thrown in there. I'm not. Lead you down a bad path. Especially here when nobody's on time. And nobody's,
it's hard. It's hard. I was just fucking with it. I know how.
When you're 4-8, it's too big of a hole.
Is Ted still out there? Cares?
Ted Cares?
I was in New England. I left New England in 21.
21?
I was there for a long time.
Yeah, Ted should be here actually. He just said
Really?
Yeah, we're doing a bounty thing here.
Really?
We're wingman.
I saw. Was you with Bobby O'Carrick too? Because I saw Bobby O'Carrick. He was on the same flight from New York. He was like, yeah, I'm doing this bounty stuff, and I don't know bounty. I'm thinking bounty, I was part of Bounty Gate.
I was about to say, right?
So I'm thinking, like, when you say bounty, what do you mean? He was like, the toilet, the tissue. I was like, oh, that bounty. So they're doing a big deal here.
They have, I think, 2 guys from every team. I don't know how many guys they brought out here.
Bounty got to have an age.
Yes, literally. And figuratively.
So they probably got a Super Bowl commercial too, probably.
100%.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
That set up in the front.
Still couldn't get me, dude. I was still wandering the building.
So you're going into year.
Jeez.
About a minute.
It's crazy. This lineup is wild.
What are you doing now?
Imagine chilling. This last season, I was a free agent the whole year. Try to get in somebody camp. This coming season, if that don't happen, and I finally just do my little Instagram.
What year would this be for you to play this year?
I would have played
This year coming up. So you didn't play last year. What year would that have been? Okay. I'm trying. What you have?
I didn't know. And I wanted the 10. Everybody wants 10.
Yeah,
When you get to about 5, you're like, oh, I'm here now. I'm playing 10. And I wanted 10 so bad.
Coming back. Coming back.
Body was like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
I can step down.
Brandon Bolden.
Brandon, I've got his thing up. Good. All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row here in New Orleans, hanging out with Brandon, Alex, and Jonathan. What is the craziest thing each one of you guys have done? Just what's the craziest thing?
In football or
No, just in life. Yeah, just in life.
I don't want to say anything that would incriminate me, so I'll keep on this one.
I finally get your name right. Now you're not going to answer it.
For you on that one.
Anything?
There's a lot of things falling through my memories right now. Let him go first, man. BBC, because you're still playing.
You know what I keep thinking about, which is like not crazy because it happens to so many people, but my wife's about to have another baby, and the first time when her water broke, that to me was like the craziest moment of my life.
Really?
I know. Which is
He got 4, so he's been through that a lot of times.
I'm used to crazy, dude. Like,
Oh, yeah. It's
Randy, you know I'm a lay low. I don't do nothing crazy, so.
Well, this is something that I tried to get done for you last year with the Thunderbirds. So
that's right.
We just had the Marine flyover team here, and we started to talk, and then they said, "Do you want to go up on Friday?" I'm going up in the jet Friday at 3:00 with the Marine flyover team. That is the craziest. Yeah, it's
awesome.
that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's why I was, something like that that you would have never outside of your comfort zone.
Oh.
You do something like. What is something that you have done outside? I don't know outside of your comfort zone.
That stuff is so scary for me.
Yeah. Well, I want to hear the story about when the water broke. Like, what was you doing? Were you
No, I just looked at her and I said, "Are you serious?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm serious." I'm like, "Well, I don't know what to do."
Right.
She's like, "Okay, well, we got to call some people." I'm like, all right. I was flustered. They're like, "Are you sure? Are you sure that's what happened?" I'm like, "I'm sure. I mean, it's everywhere. There's stuff everywhere on the ground here." Randy, are you nervous for that? I would be nervous to fly up there.
I've told this story, and I've already told it on the air today. I have a very talented stomach. My stomach knows when something's going to happen, when something's bad, when something out of my comfort zone. So I was going to jump out of a plane with Greg Jackson, the MMA trainer, and Cowboy Cerrone.
Okay. Yeah.
My stomach was fine, right? We went there. I got suited up. I went to jump. The propeller's going. Nothing. It's like, this is weird because I should be nervous, right? And then finally they did, no, can't go, because the winds were too strong to take a civilian. My stomach's in knots right now for Friday.
Right.
So I think it's going to happen. Yeah, I'm nervous.
I got a cool little story. Hopefully it don't come back on nobody, but it's wild, and it has to do with football because there's a lot of things that we could talk about that I've done that away from football that are crazy as hell, right? So when I was playing in New York, right, guy that we all know, JPP, right? JPP blew his hand off, right? Yeah. So in New York, they were really tight with giving out Toradol. We all know Toradol, right? Toradol is our best friend. You take Toradol. Toradol makes your body say, I don't have any injuries. I'm healthy. Yeah. And you play a game, right? But, at times, you get so beat up during the NFL season, you need something. And it doesn't have to be Toradol, but Aleve, whatever, Advil. And you're trying to make sure so you can perform, right? JPP had a prescription to Toradol because of the hand situation. And he was self-injecting himself. It was, right? So he was, right? This is a crazy story. So I was like, yo, you got some more? What's up, man? I'm trying to get on that.
No, you didn't.
Bro, listen. Now we're talking about Jason Pierre-Paul. He doesn't have a right hand.
Right. His hand has 2 fingers on it, and two other half fingers.
And he would
right?
be a wildcat with 2 hands. Then.
Yeah, but he's a monster. He's a straight mutant. Well, first of all, he's one of the greatest people that ever played in the NFL. He's amazing. The first time I was like, yo, like, can I get some Toradol? He was like, yeah, I just got to inject it to you. And mind you, we're talking about half-hand JPP. Right. And I'm watching him. We're in the bathroom, bro. Like, we're doing drugs in the back. We're in the bathroom in the stall. Game day, bro. This is game day. We're about to play whoever in an hour.
No way.
And I'm looking at his hand. I'm watching his hand maneuver this syringe, and he did it. And I was like, that was terrifying.
I can't
believe
he didn't bail there.
So, right.
Out of there. Take my strong hand.
So, I was like, hey, man. I was like, do you want me to do it? Because my mom is a nurse.
Right.
And I've had a lot of, I've seen it happen so many times. And, I think I could do a good job. So I'm now the injector. Oh. And we had a line of guys every game, Randy.
Wow.
And they were lining up at JPP locker, and we're in the back stall like I'm giving out blowjobs in the back. So stupid. Bro, I can't. I mean, for me, hopefully nobody gets in trouble. I don't want to get the Giants in trouble. But we were doing it. Giants had no knowledge of it whatsoever. So if you're going to get anybody in trouble, get me in trouble. But that was some crazy stuff, bro. We were injecting each other,
by
bro.
far the wildest thing I've ever heard.
You're a certified doctor.
I'm a nurse.
What I liked about JPP is in Tampa, because he would wear a special glove on his hand.
And it fit his hand perfectly.
But then sometimes he would get riled up. He'd be like, I'm wearing a club this week. I'm wearing a club. And he would just throw a club on, swat people in the head with it.
Brandon, give me a great football story.
Great football story. My first touchdown was the wildest thing because I had nothing to do with it.
Really?
What? Nothing to do with it whatsoever. We were playing Baltimore, and we were playing Baltimore. We're in no huddle, and Tom is picking him off going down the field. He's hitting Julian Gronk. We're on a 3-yard line, and he calls wolf, which is a weak side outside zone for us. And so I'm in the game. Mind you, I have not had a carry all season, and it's back there. I was like, oh, this is a run play. And I look up, and it's Ray Lewis saying the ball's coming right here. And I'm looking at Tom like, change.
They know.
And Tom looks at me and is like, white 80. I was like, oh, God. And then just out of left field, like Logan Mankins like waves his hand and gets my attention. Don't worry. It's like, okay. He goes to cut Suggs. Suggs backs into Ray. So now Ray and Suggs are in the middle of the end zone. Logan's on the goal line. I haven't got the ball yet. Ray's coming at me. I just closed my eyes. And I was like, whatever happens, happens. And I just hit the ground. I felt something at my feet. And I just opened my eyes, it's black paint. I was like, oh, I scored. And Ray Lewis was like, don't get used to it. And Logan Mankins gets off the ground. And says, hey, Ray, shut up. He scores as many times as I say he can.
Ooh.
So the whole game, I didn't say nothing to Ray Lewis.
Of course not.
I picked him up on the blitz pickup. He was like, yeah. I just look at Logan.
Right.
Logan, all-time great, dude.
Logan Mankins was a man's man. I knew Logan was out his mind, but I didn't know how much out of his mind he was. My rookie year, we would have they would send a rookie to go to the gas station and grab cans for everybody, right? So it was my turn. So now, mind you, this is an entire team I'm taking care of, so I'm coming back with like 40 cans. So Logan was like, hey, did you get mine? I said, the original cut, long cut, right? He's like, yep. I toss it to him. We getting on the plane. I walk past him. I see him opening it, and it's like our stewardess know. So they have like a bunch of empty bottles for us. So I grab a bottle and I start passing them out to guys. And I go, hey, Logan, you want a cup? You want a bottle? He goes, what I need that for? I said, oh. No way. And then when finally he got traded, which was the saddest day ever, the training room staff comes and was like, yeah, I'm going to miss Logan. Crazy bastard. fractured his ankle, tore the other ACL, then tore the other MCL in the other leg, and played the whole season. I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
we were jumping on his back, slapping him across his head. He just out here playing with half a leg, and y'all just let that go on. It's like, yeah,
Some people different,
that's
man.
Logan, but you remember that thick ass? No, you wasn't there yet. He had an ankle brace that looked like it was made out of bone. And he would put it on like for practice and everything. And that's when we found out like he fractured his ankle. So he had like a cast.
You know what's dope, Randy, and you know this too. Like when you first of all you play in the NFL, you're one of the best players of the sport in the world.
Sure,
that's what you are. But then there's like more special guys.
Yeah.
Like in that special guys. And like Logan's one of those guys. Like Tom Brady's one of those guys. Drew Brees. Like you meet some guys and you like Levante David. When I got to Tampa, I'm a real linebacker. I feel like I'm good. Like I'm learning. I'm playing when I get to Tampa. And I watch film from 2013 or 2012 before I got there. Levante's rookie year. I said, "Oh, I can't play in front of that dude. He's different. He's still doing it. Like they're just different people. Like we look the same. We the same size. I'm faster than him. I'm probably stronger than him. But I can't do nothing Levante does.
Right.
Like there's different people. Y'all seen it.
Right.
There's like, and you just sit back and watch and just try to, hey man, what you see here? You know what I mean? Like you trying to take it. And there's something with the Florida guys too. Those guys from South Florida that play football all year long, and they don't play sports. They play positions. Yep. What sport did you play growing up? Linebacker.
Right.
Like I played basketball, track, and football. He played linebacker his whole life. You know what I mean? There's a difference when you get to the NFL, and yeah, I'm talented, I'm strong, I'm fast, and all that, but they see the game differently.
Yeah.
And then the Logans of the world, they're another level of tough.
Yeah,
I'm tough, but then there's another level of tough too.
Exactly.
It's insane when you get to the NFL and see all these people.
We had one of those guys on earlier. In my opinion, the greatest Buccaneer of all time, Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
Just different. You know, he doesn't have the physique. You know, he doesn't have anything.
Don't tell him that.
Well, I'll tell him that. I'll tell him that. I have no problem with it, but he can slam dunk a basketball.
Yeah.
You know, so physique sometimes doesn't mean anything. Talk about, because a lot of the former players, and I hate the word, but former players are talking about transitions and, you know, the mental health issues of, you know, you go from the high of the high and now, I don't know how to say it. You're just another regular guy now. You're no longer an NFL athlete. Talk about the
I can
transitions.
speak to that because he's on the verge of possibly being in that position.
Yeah.
But I've been there. I've been retired for 7 years.
Not for years, we hope.
Yeah, you're good. You're
I'm young,
but for me, it's coming to terms with you will never get to do and experience what you've experienced when you played in the NFL, because there's nothing out there like that. Like there's when we go, you play what position you play?
Right guard.
So he plays guard, right? I knew you were on the line, but I didn't know where you were at. I play linebacker. I have to go against this guy, right? There's a certain mental thing that we have to, and there's a physical aspect as well. But when I kick his ass, and I feel, and you kick, you pancake me, you can't replicate that, Randy, ever again.
Right.
You can't. The touchdown feeling, never again, my boy. Never. And not to say you chase that, but you want to find something that you're passionate about. Yeah. But you would never, ever be more passionate about something else besides your kids. Yeah. I swear, bro. Than football. So you have to figure out, what do I do else, something else that can make me feel something, because you're not going to feel that again, so don't chase that. Right. And I felt like I chased that for a while, and I got depressed, and I'm like, what am I doing? Mind you, I'm doing radio, I'm doing this, I'm doing other things, but I'm chasing that passion, and it ain't happening.
Right.
Like, we live that, and you could probably do something else. Like, if I do UFC or boxing, I might feel that again, but I'm not trying to get punched in the face at 37 years old.
Right.
I don't have to do that to make money, so you don't chase after that, because it ain't happening, bro.
Right.
You lived that life. Now you're in another chapter, and you, not to say you can't have it and be fulfilled, you can, but don't chase that.
Right.
Because that will never happen again. We were rare guys.
Yeah.
We're the guys that are here, these are special people, right? But when we're done,
that time is over. You're never going to be able to recreate that again. Now, can you have success and feel other things? Yes. But that stuff where you pancake a guy, where you just beast an all-pro guy, where you run over Ray Lewis or a linebacker, you can't do that ever again. So don't fucking chase it.
He said trucking. He said trucking.
I said trucking. Sorry.
Is there something about a sense of purpose too? Because when you're an athlete, it's like every day. It's like, I mean, you're training year round. Everything you eat affects the way you play, whether you're eating it in February or you know what I mean. So it's like it's kind of always in the back of your mind. And then when that's done, even if you have another job, it might not be the same all-encompassing type of thing where now you have to find purpose in yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh, I understand fully, but I think that is the premise. I think you don't want to chase after that feeling that football gave you, but you want to chase after the purpose, because football is not our purpose, guys. We know that. It was our profession.
Even though it feels like
it feels like
exactly,
it, right? So when you're done, and I encourage both of y'all, especially you, because you're like kind of on the way out, right? You find out what else God, the universe, has called you for, because it's not just football. It's for something else, something greater than football. And football's a great sport, but it is something greater that is our calling. And football is going to either help you, hinder you, whatever the case, open your eyes to whatever that is. So be open to it, because I do think that's what you should be trying to find out. What is my purpose? And I think my purpose is to talk. My purpose is to help. My purpose is to share stories. My purpose is to share our experience together. My purpose is to help you, because you're young and you don't know what's going on when you retire. You know what I mean? Like, that's my purpose. My purpose, I think, is to help, inspire, motivate, push people, so hopefully they can do better and not make the same mistakes I did.
Guys, I'm getting the stink eye. They're giving me the look. I apologize. So thank you very much for your time. Stay in touch.
Yeah, let's talk.
When you're in Tampa, let's talk. We're going to talk a little bit. You're going to hang out until you go do your bounty thing. I want to find out a little bit more about that. Coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio, brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink. We'll be right back.
Randy,
Funny to meet you guys, man.
I saw some pictures of me with you, baby.
She's too aggressive, bro.
Thank you.
I hope you get the 20s.
Oh, we don't need 20. I mean, why not? We don't need 20.
I tell you a funny story. You heard Mac say,
Yeah.
you know, his dad is Jackie.
Yeah, when he emailed me, I'm like,
He
no,
probably
we got
did get
20. Just don't tell him it's me.
After the second time we won the Super Bowl,
And then I had to tell him, like, so, it's not bad. No, it's not.
This fucker only played 8, usually 3. They said he never went to a playoff game.
Dude, those guys are different.
Yeah, that's all I can say.
It's funny.
That's white. I'm talking about with the elbow pads walking like this. It's funny as fuck.
Jacqueline, stop.
I don't know if I can.
I'm going to do this.
Yeah, so you can see this flag.
Randy has oh, and shirt sizes. Hey, you go ahead. I'll do it. Just do the shirt sizes. At least bigger.
Big hair, don't care. That kid was all wrong and shit. I'm trying to just tone it right.
Chill it down.
Right. She got mama attitude, and she got mama attitude. It's a good combination, but you got to
Yeah, for sure.
That might be good right now. Coming to the radio.
It's crazy. Time flies.
I don't know. If you got the same number, probably.
Yeah, it's the same. That's what we put it on. That way there's some other skill. That way it doesn't look like she's
77418 4560. I got you. You taking a photo?
Yeah, you don't mind that.
Yeah, we put this out there.
Taking a photo? Yeah.
What year you, bro?
Going into 8.
I know you get that all the time. Do I? Sometimes you don't realize until how big some of these guys
Oh,
are,
yeah, exactly.
man.
Damn lineman.
Which one are we looking at first?
Right here. Well, do yours. You sure? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
Good?
You're going to realize that you got to run up into one of them.
Yeah.
He's still ready.
I don't want no smoke, though, bro. I don't want no smoke.
What am I pushing?
The black button on the front.
This one?
Nope. Front.
You said something.
Right here.
Yeah, that's so funny, bro. I know too many people here. I don't like that.
Stay on my tippy toes. Damn, the other two good.
Is he it?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, let's do. Can you do us? It's us too.
I'll try to. Alex, small. Oh, yeah,
Yes,
my bad.
Come on, B. Come on. Or what was he calling you? Nate? What was he calling you?
Nate.
It's so funny because he's a man with notes, and I know it because I worked with him before.
Oh, no, I watched him
bro,
look down.
stop looking at your
face.
notes.
I was like,
I said, stop looking at your notes. Your notes are failing you.
Stay in touch.
Love you, bro. Love you too, man. Thank you for the opportunity too, bro. That was like 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. Randy, I'm going to drink this. Hold it when you open it, because in Vegas, maybe it was because it was Vegas. Exploded on you? It exploded on you.
Mucked up energy. Is this gonna make me fail a drug test or something?
Is the next segment open? What do we got? Huh? Is the next segment open? If Nick shows. Who's Nick? The player with the and doing something with American Cancer. Nice.
Hi, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. Knockout Radio brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink. Alex Cappa in the house, solo for a couple minutes.
Come on.
What is up? What is going on?
Dude, I'm happy to be here. You know, it's always a pleasure when we get together, Randy.
I can't believe, like, guys, we were just talking about 7 years.
I know.
Seems like just yesterday.
It's crazy. Somehow it feels like just yesterday and also feels like it's been forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think back to my Tampa days, and it really does, like, feel like a long time ago, but then at the same time, it feels like it just happened. I don't know how to explain it.
Tell me the bounty deal. You know, what's going on over there?
I'm here with my wingman, Ted Karras.
Yeah.
They'll be happy about this. And because you got to remember, Randy, you can't have football without wings, and you can't have wings without bounty. You know what I mean? So
you are such a professional.
We're here. We're slinging towels. We're representing bounty. And as soon as I found out I'd be coming, I said, let me hit up Randy and hang out on the show for a bit.
When I saw, and I know that I texted you, there was a photo of you doing something with bounty, and you had your wingman there, and I'm like, you had a great teacher, because I remember the beginning, you know, a little not wanting to do media, not wanting to do, and I said to myself, and I think I even said it to you, I shouldn't say it publicly, but I feel like I had something to do with that too.
Yeah.
I had something to do with Jonathan's Super Bowl ring. I think I had something to do with you just being comfortable. You would have eventually gotten there.
Yeah.
You know, there's no doubt.
Well, it's definitely, I'm someone I never want to be in the headlines, you know what I mean? So I'm very wary of what I say. And then it's fun to hang out on here because I know you're not going to ask me anything crazy. You're not going to try to get me on football questions. We can just come on here. We can talk UFC. We can talk football. We can talk whatever it is and hang out.
Well, as you know, Leslie's back with us. Thank you very much as you're running around getting us more guests.
Yeah.
I'm hated by a lot of people, you know, because I believe in right and wrong, you know, and I'm not liked, as you know, with local media in the Tampa Bay area and media, because there's a way to treat you guys, to treat athletes, to treat celebrities. You don't owe anybody to come on a radio show.
Yeah.
But the media feel you do. And it bothers me how media treats other people, you know, cut and dry. I mean, Caleb, who's listening, I think, and maybe calling in, he's the only phone call we're going to take the whole time. There was a particular media person in the Tampa Bay area had never spoken to Caleb Benenot, never, until there was an incident out in L.A., and they go running right over, and, you know, it's all negative stuff.
Yeah, if it bleeds, it leads.
And I hate that, you know.
And that's something about O-line, too, because most of the time the O-line you're not going to get talked to unless something's going wrong, right? And I think most guys kind of get it. Most guys kind of, you know, it is what it is. But I appreciate that you just like to, whether it's going good, going bad, you just like to get to know the players, have people on, and get a little behind the scenes of what guys got going on.
I tell you what, it was a special feeling and a special relationship, because I know how athletes think about media, and you're doing your job and whatever. But I felt welcomed over in that side of the locker, and I made one comment once. I think it was to Donovan, who I saw last year and hugged me, and it was so cool. It's like, no, you're different. The other media, we don't want over here. You're different, and I like how I've converted a lot of you guys to MMA fans.
Yeah, well, it's just a different format, right? And it's a format that's more gives the players an opportunity to not be stressed and not worry about what kind of questions are going to be. And then when we do get to talk about fighting, I mean, that's a great time too.
Big fight this weekend.
You got to tell me who we got, Randy. I've been tapped out, although I did watch Izzy last week. But
Tapped out.
Speaking of, well, he didn't tap out. He read night out, which I didn't get to see. I was running around getting ready to come here Pro Bowl last week. But this weekend is Strickland Duplessis.
A tough fight to predict, right?
It
because
is.
for Drick, just when someone looks so different when they're fighting and looks like they're exhausted but has a great gas tank, it's just tough to predict. And then Sean, sometimes he looks like he's not trying, but he's piecing people up. Right. Sometimes he's looked like he's not trying and he's getting pieced up. So, but it's going to be a great fight for sure.
I always said back then, and I've said it, this whole week, if I can't pick who I think is going to win, not who's going to win, because obviously I don't. I was right one time, which got me fed, and I still remember that. There was a little food wager on one. If I can't, and I don't know who's going to win. I think Strickland won the first time. Things are different after rematches and stuff, so I cannot wait. This is one I will not miss.
Yeah. It seems like, I don't have any stats on this, but it seems like whenever there's an initial fight and it's a close fight and they're like, that guy should have won the decision, but he didn't, I feel like he usually gets smoked in the second fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wasn't a robbery, I don't think, by any means.
No.
It's just sometimes there's close fights and it's tough to call.
Leslie, how much into MMA, UFC, any at all? I know that I talk to you about it all the time.
I'm someone who watches it, but I don't retain a lot. But I started watching. I remember years ago.
That's my whole life. I don't retain a lot.
As far as
Brandon.
I'm getting better with it, and being back here with you has got me in it. But I remember 20 years ago when Randy was, one of the very first people, and I saw these fights, and this was like cage fighting and so forth. The guys are still kicking each other between the legs and all kinds of crazy.
It was legal at the beginning.
Yeah, it was legal, and it was craziness. And I thought, you know what, this is the next new thing. This is going to get rid of boxing, and Randy was at the very beginning of it, and that's why you're in the Florida Hall of Fame for MMA broadcasters. But
yada yada yada.
So my point is, I'm giving you some props because you deserve it. But I love to watch it. I can't stand boxing anymore. I can't stand boxing at all. To me, it's so.
I honestly feel like MMA did that to me as well.
Yeah.
I don't have anything against boxing, but I would just so much rather watch.
No, for sure. And the reason
boxing is boring now, unless you got chicks fighting.
It's still boring. It's still boring.
It's a lot of more blood.
The reason that I asked you that is, Alex, when you said it about robbery, I hate that so much as an MMA licensed judge. One punch could be the difference in a round. That's not a robbery.
Yeah.
A robbery, could be if it was 40 punches and the guy lost, when he should have won. But a one punch, if you're watching it as a judge, it's not a robbery. The winner wins and the loser loses.
True robberies are pretty rare. And then it's so tough because you say, okay, damage is the top criteria, but you could land the same shot and a guy looks like it hurt him or looks like it didn't hurt him, but you don't know how much it actually hurt him, and so it's so subjective. Judging is a tough job.
That's what happened to Clay Guida. Clay Guida lost a fight in Europe because he had that long hair like you once had. And, he didn't tie it up. Now he cornrolled it, and he just got recently released, by the UFC. But they would throw a punch, it would miss. But he would, move his head, and the sweat that flew off looked like he got hit.
Oh, that's interesting.
When he didn't, and that's why they all started to, tie their hair, cornroll, whatever. It's because...
So sweat cost him the fight?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's weird.
It depends on the angle, right? One judge might see the angle, oh, that didn't land. The other judge doesn't have the angle to tell.
Okay, so should we have instant replay?
Well,
Maybe just
they are
two or
using
three.
it.
Yeah.
No, they are using it a little bit now.
They're stopping the fight, and then
they're not necessarily stopping it.
After the
But
round?
The cut was caused by a headbutt.
Right.
That type
Okay.
of stuff to kind of clarify. I'm not sure how much it's used, but certain stuff like that, right?
There's still so many things in the sport that I love that needs to be fixed, that we love. John Jones was disqualified in a fight. Now they're saying that he's still undefeated. He's not. He has a loss.
Right.
My buddy Abdul, it was a no contest, and it was basically the exact same thing. So the referee made a decision. This is a no contest. This is a DQ. It needs to be consistent.
What's based on intentionality, right? Is that how they determine that?
It's based on a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, and it's really based on what the ref wants to call it, because he could have called John Jones a no contest. It was an illegal, you know.
Yeah.
Abdul never got warned. You know, and I talk about, now I'm getting all passionate like Jeb was. You know, they have warnings, stern warnings, strict warnings, warnings. They didn't give Abdul any of those, which I hate, which I absolutely hate.
I mean, to me, a foul is a foul. And I think, I mean, I don't have a bird in the race whether John should be undefeated or not, but I think too many fighters get away with too many fouls.
Absolutely.
I'm going to jump on what you're saying with the foul's a foul, and just for a moment here, switch it to football. Do you think that we should have, you know, we should be re-looking at holding calls? I think we should be able to throw a red flag on holding calls, because it's such a thing where you could say, oh, almost every play somebody's holding sometimes. So that's I just kind of wanted your input on that, especially on the line.
Yeah, I think you just have to call it how you see it, because if you start replaying that, it's so tough to tell. And I don't know that it's often clearer on the replay than it is in live action. You know what I mean? It's still subjective, and it's still hard to see. And but like, I mean, we don't get warnings, right? If it's a hold, they throw a
That's
flag.
what I'm saying.
But if somebody gets an eye poke, they say, "Oh, well, next time." You know.
Yeah, right. And you can't throw a red flag on a hold call.
Yeah, it just is what it is. Sometimes you got to let it ride.
Yeah.
How much do you enjoy touching the center on every play when you're in an opposing stadium?
You know what's funny is I actually do like being the guy who does that, because it kind of gives you in a rhythm. Like, if the other guard's doing it, then you're just sitting at the defense and you don't know when that quarterback's going to be ready. At least I kind of have a rhythm, like, okay, he's ready, now I should get ready.
Yeah.
You know?
Is it always the right that does that? Do they decide? Is it?
You know, it's arbitrary. In Tampa, it was the left, but I do see a lot more right guards doing it for some reason. I'm not sure why, but no, it's not always the right guard.
Well, good. That's a great response, because when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, wow, this is awesome. It's out. And then the next game, it's like, wait a second, that right guard's doing it there.
Yeah.
I mean, so it is good. Talk about playing in Cincinnati.
It's great, dude. It's great. It's a great town.
Even in the cold weather, it's great.
Dude, I don't mind the cold weather, if I'm being honest.
Really?
Like, it snows. I'm so happy when it snows. A couple years ago, I had the first time it ever snowed at practice, and I was like, "This is fantastic!" Like, it's
oh my God,
cool
you're like a kid. You're like a child at heart.
Hold on. He is a kid.
yeah. Compared to us,
he's a young man.
But like, I grew up in California, right, and then I've lived in Arizona and Florida. I mean, I'm not getting snow anywhere, so I come out and get snow. It's so cool. And then this last year, having my son go sledding in the snow and stuff, like, dude, I love it.
How old is he now?
Just over a year and a half.
Okay. Wait a minute. Whoa, let's pull back the brakes here. He got a year and a half, and he's pushing him on a sled down there?
Oh, my gosh.
Does he got a helmet on?
He's a little athlete. Yeah, he's a little athlete. There's snow. What do you need a helmet for the snow?
Spoken like someone from Arizona.
I remember watching on Monday nights, Sunday nights, whatever, and they do the lineup. You know, whatever. I'm Charles Barkley from Auburn, and I always wondered, why do so many not say their college? Of course, then you and I met, and, you know, I know why you don't.
Yeah.
Is that why so many do, or so many just don't like their college?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's some guys have some bitterness from their college. I think it's just fun to say something different, too.
Alex's college is no longer around.
Yeah,
so.
they don't play football anymore,
Right.
so I give a shout-out to my strength and conditioning coach, Lumberjack Iron. I mean, because he had a huge impact on my life, and so bitterness because the football team's not there. Might as well give a shout-out to someone who helped me a lot, you know?
Do they care what you say? Can you literally say anything you want? I mean, you can't cuss and that kind of stuff.
So when I recorded it, I think I haven't recorded it in a couple of years. They've been using the same one, but they were like, "Do you want to just do one where you say your college, like just in case?" I'm like, "No," because I know you guys are going to use that one.
Right.
Like, so I had to only record the one I wanted them to use, because otherwise you give them the power.
Could you stop people from buying your shoes in My Cleat, My Claws? It's really bothering me. I bid every year and I can't get them.
People want them.
I know. And what's the cause?
I have to be honest, this last year I didn't do it.
Okay.
Terrible. Last year I did, that's just negligence on my part. Last year I did the Village of Marici, which is a place that helps adults with disabilities in Indianapolis. And they provide a lot of housing and resources for people there. And then I did CMV Foundation when I was in Tampa. For John Spytek and his family did that. Congrats to Spy on the GM job in Vegas, by the way. That's big time for him.
Very cool. And in Vegas.
All right, if you're just joining us, we are here with Alex Cappa, guard for the Cincinnati Bengals, former guard for our Tampa
Super Bowl
Bay
champ.
Buccaneers, Super Bowl champ. Speaking of the Super Bowl, you came in as a rookie under Tom Brady. Okay, on the line, offensive line. You gotta let us in on what was that like? Because you are coming in as a rookie at the top of the game, protecting the top all-time history guy.
I didn't
going
have
on
Tom
here.
for a couple years, so I did. I was already in Tampa when Tom came in, and then it was definitely like, it was cool just meeting him, if I'm being honest. Like, there's only certain guys, it's cool to meet him, you know what I mean? He's certainly one, and I didn't see him or didn't talk to him that day until we were in the huddle, like for our first walk there. He's like, "What's up, Alex? Good to meet you." I'm like, "What's up, Tom? It's good to meet you."
See, he already knew the guys.
Definitely just a
Where
guy.
can you
Did his
take me,
homework.
Tom? To the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just a guy who carries himself and prepares like nobody else, and I mean the results show for it.
I kind of know the answer just by the way you said it, but when I saw Tom walk through the locker room, and he didn't look human. He looked like almost a transformer.
Well, because he looks like a male furniture model. Okay, I mean, he's there's many things that don't look human about that man.
Well, play like you, like human.
Everything,
He definitely has that aura about him, but the great thing about him was he was one of the guys. Like there's a certain way he carried himself and a certain way he prepared, but when we were just hanging out, he was one of the guys, and he was a great teammate, really a great teammate.
And,
were you a little nervous at all? I mean, I just
for sure, the first time I met him, absolutely, yeah. Got to make a good impression for this guy.
Yeah, right?
I've heard so many stories about him. Obviously, when he was in New England, he did a car commercial, and he said the only way I'll do the commercial is if the entire O-line is in it. The entire O-line. And then my good buddy Russ Hochstein, who went from Tampa up there, he had like this corny line, and he sat. It was Tom Brady and his supposed girlfriend, and then Russ sat next to the girlfriend. And I guess he turns to the girlfriend kind of like real corny and goes, "Hi there." And it was just like really bad. And Tom felt so bad that in the next commercial, he was the star of it, not Tom. So that I've heard that was the way Tom was. That it was.
He should have done some car commercials in Tampa.
Yeah,
Man.
no
I would have
kidding.
loved all on it. I don't know. He really was a great teammate. And people say, like he's hard and he's tough and stuff like that, like to work with. Like, I mean, he is intense, but like he really was a great teammate.
He gets results just like we do. So let's hit this break. Coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio, brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink. We'll be right back.
I gotta head over there at like 5, so I should probably.
Okay, yeah.
Should I stay on for a minute, or?
I mean, yeah, if you want to just stay on, just say, buy the stuff. They were supposed to bring over Bounty paper towels, and, I was going to put it on the thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I went over and asked for it. I said, I'll promote it. I mean, let's promote brownies.
I got my little plug in there. So they had like priority messaging, and that was like, you can't have football without wings, you can't have wings without Bounty, and they said it like 3 times. Yeah. If you don't say anything else, say this. Okay, I can say it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And is this your only day here?
Yeah, I'll fly it out.
Yeah.
Flight's at 6 or something.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this ain't you.
No, and then my wife. So my son was born early, Cody. He was born at like 35 weeks and like 3 days. Well, for my second son, she is 35 weeks and 3 days
Really?
right now. So I was like, I can't be hanging out.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, we're back. All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. We got to get in real quick because Alex Cappa has to go do his obligations at Bounty. Once again, talk about what's going on over there.
Well, I'm here with my wingman, Ted Karras. We're just slinging towels, dude, representing for Bounty. I mean, who doesn't like Bounty? You know what I mean? You can't
It's a
go
quicker
wrong.
picker-upper. That was the old ads
Was
when I
it?
was growing up.
Yeah.
Bounty is the quicker picker-upper. Yeah.
It's just a quality paper towel. I mean, what else do you need?
It is. Have you had the wings over there?
I have not yet, but I'm sure I will be, though, because you can't have football without wings, and you can't have wings without Bounty.
Predictions Sunday?
Oh, I got no predictions, dude. I mean, it's tough. I would say, I think there's 2 scenarios. One is the Eagles get out in front, and they're just such a tough team to deal with if they're out in front. But if it's a tight, like, back and forth game, it's just so hard to beat the Chiefs. It seems like if it's back and forth, the Chiefs always end up on top.
We've been arguing about this, and I know you need to go in a couple of minutes, so we're going to hit a break again here, momentarily. Is it so hard to beat the Chiefs, or is it so hard to beat Patrick Mahomes? And I know that it's silly in a way because, it's the defense, and there's more than just Patrick, but it's Patrick Mahomes.
It's true, and, like, there were some games where I felt like Tom won the game for us, but Tom would be the first one to say in Tampa, and I mean, Joe would say the same thing. Like, he can't do it on his own. Like, it's a team game. You can only go as far as your whole team takes you, and that's why the way these top quarterbacks prepare is so important, because they get everybody prepared with them. They're not just preparing themselves; they're preparing the whole team, because everybody has to be on the same page to win those games.
But it's something about Tom Brady, about Patrick Mahomes. There's a lot of great quarterbacks, like we talked about with Brandon and Jonathan. I can't believe I did that.
That's all right.
These quarterbacks, just some are different. They're all in the NFL. They're all great, but there's only one Tom Brady, and there's only one. And Caleb will tell you to your and my face, because he does, the GOAT plays on Sunday.
I mean, I don't have a comment on that.
No, but
but
I said,
yeah, I mean, there's certain. I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier. There are certain guys that are just good at football, and like at the end of the day, they might not have the best strength or the best speed or whatever it is, but they're just good at football and have a way to get it done. And like, maybe it's not their technique or physicality or whatever, they just find a way.
And what you're always good at is getting places on time. So we're going to hit this break so you can get over to Bounty.
Thanks for having me, Randy. It's always a pleasure. You can't have wings without football. Without wings, you can't have wings without Bounty.
All right, we're going to hit another break. We'll be right back, coming to you live from
Thanks,
Radio
Randy.
Row. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you so much, brother. Love to see you. Love you too. I'll come by, stop by before I go.
Okay. Say hi to Emily.
Will do. You say hi to the whole family.
I will.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
If I'm still alive after the going up in the jet on Friday.
You'll be all right. You'll make it work.
I throw up. Huh?
I'll carry this around until I'm not
Cool.
ready.
Yeah.
Thanks, Randy.
Sign up when you come back to win a e-bike.
Absolutely.
All right.
Randy, appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
Nice to meet you. She works, takes leadership programs at the USMC. They take athletes to go visit kids. She's not to go visit kids in
No, I do everything.
Okay. So that,
I've covered the UFC longer than anyone.
that's what she was. So what is your goal today or tomorrow?
I got a 130. Okay, so really it's 12.
Captain of the command.
Okay.
Was that too late? It's okay.
No, I'm just thinking whether it's live on radio or we're off.
Okay, so I guess she can do anything. So this is not right.
I think Leslie, we're coming back. Can you just talk for a minute?
What team are you?
I have interest.
It's talking about fatheads who are just watching a bunch of quarterbacks. His dad being one of them, and then he also has a foundation to educate kids on the dangers of
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just.
All right, we are back, coming to you live from Radio Row here. It gets hectic. It gets crazy. Stuff is bouncing all over the place. I'm getting ready to talk to another Marine.
Ooh,
yeah, it's Marine Day.
It is, isn't it?
I think we're talking about the the 250th
anniversary. Yeah, and Marines, they bleed that. We had to actually think about, wait, when was the Army created? Which makes sense. I think it was 1775, I believe, or 1776, 7, and somewhere right around there, after we beat the Redcoats. But, your Marines, they celebrate it. It's a big deal. And there's plenty of them. They're out here in full force. Randy, I've got some really interesting little things here that I kind of looked up that you might find kind of fun. 12 weird and surprising Super Bowl facts that will blow your mind. How about that? Okay, this is from MSN. Here we go. First Super Bowl wasn't even called the Super Bowl. Well, you and I know that, but a lot of people don't.
Do you know where Super Bowl came from?
It was, Super Bowl. It was a game. It was a little toy.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a Super Bowl.
That's right.
And Mr. Hunt's daughter was playing with the Super Bowl.
Mr. Hunt?
In
a lot of people don't know who Mr. Hunt is.
The owner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Right. And the daughter was playing. I didn't know if this was a test or if we were going to talk about ketchup.
Okay.
And he was playing with the Super Bowl. Yeah, we break for the top of the hour. So he was playing with the Super Bowl. And Super Bowl.
Brilliant.
Super Bowl.
And, of course, we all know that the very first was Kansas City Chiefs.
See, the difference between you, I'm going to throw you under the bus right now.
All
okay?
right.
I'm going to throw the entire team under the bus.
There we go. Why don't you crawl into there?
I want Austin to hear this. I want Kelly to hear this. We got here late this morning, right?
Well.
Because of the Army. The Marines are here early. The Marines are here early, and the Army was late this morning.
Technically, the show starts at 11. We were here at 8:20, right? 8:20. Brandy wanted to be here at 8.
What is it called? Set time?
Yeah,
call time was 8. Call time was at 8. We got here at 8:20. The Marine call time was 1:03, and they were here at 12:55.
Squared away.
Yeah.
Squared away. All right. Fair
back to your
enough.
facts.
Fair enough. Okay. So history of the Super Bowl. The first event, of course, wasn't officially called the Super Bowl, as we just mentioned. 1967. It was when the Packers faced off against the Kansas City Chiefs, and it was called the AFL-NFL World Championship game. Now I gotta say, this is kind of a horrible thing that they did this, because so in essence the Chiefs don't get that as a Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Anybody who won like the Browns.
Right.
The Browns have won it. People think, the Browns have never been in the Super Bowl. Well, I mean,
they haven't.
They did. They just were under the Ravens. They were just called the Ravens at the time.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, when the Browns left.
The Browns went to Baltimore, but left the Browns. They left the name.
They left the name, but all the players were there. Can you imagine being a fan? Can you imagine being a Brownie and watching that happen?
Yep.
That's probably the greatest tragedy in the history of the NFL.
Well, the Colts. I mean, the Colts did it too.
Yeah, it's different.
Oh.
Yeah, because the Browns had stunk for so long, and then because the Colts, because Baltimore and Indianapolis, those cities have both won Super Bowls. Brownies, no, dog pound.
Yeah.
They're bad dog pound.
No.
That's where they've been for a long, long time.
Absolutely. I feel bad for the fans.
Yeah, and I feel bad for my cousin who plays for the Browns. I'll just throw him to Charlie Hewlett, greatest long snapper that ever lived. Might be on the IR now, but, he's been great for 10 years, and he'll be back.
Very
All
good.
right, so second, number 2, Gatorade color. That's a tradition, which we've talked about. We just think it's a strange bet because someone absolutely will know the outcome of that bet. And if I was that someone, I would be betting on it. Okay. Number 3. This is a good one. This has to do with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Randy. A player once missed the game for pizza. Do you remember who that was? 2003.
Missed the game for pizza.
Don't you remember this? In the Buccaneer-Raider Super Bowl.
Well, no, that wasn't pizza. He went down to Mexico.
Yes, he did, for pizza. In 2003, according to MSN, Barrett Robbins, it was the center for the Oakland Raiders, he infamously disappeared before the Super Bowl. It was later revealed that he went on a bender in Tijuana after so-called misunderstanding the date of the game.
You know who else disappears? We do right now. We're at the top of the hour, so let's hit this break, and then the few, the proud, the Marines in our booth when we return. This is Knockout Radio, brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink.
I think he's the only one here. And did you get the sheet on what we're talking about? It's the 25th deal, right? hope you're not upset or mad.
No.
Well, I'm just saying, I thought you were when you were.
Remotely.
Okay.
Not remotely. No, because you know what I got? You know what I just ran into? Rod Carter from Channel 8. Who I worked with for 8 years.
Really?
And then Chris Sims is down there.
Yeah, well, I already talked to Chris.
Yeah, I figured you did. So I was just going around taking some B-roll.
Yes.
Working. I'm picking up, working. Do you know what else? The guy we interviewed with the poet?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's Rod Carter's brother. Did you know it's Rod
who?
Carter's?
No.
It's Rod Carter's brother. I didn't even know that. You know who Rod Carter is?
Yeah.
Okay. No, they were related. It's crazy.
How are you, sir?
How are you?
I'm fine. Nice to meet you, too.
Hey, good to meet you. Thanks for coming by.
We're talking about
Leslie.
the 250. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Okay. I got to. My demeanor has to change again.
What happened?
We gotta be all respectful and stuff.
I do the. We're all veterans.
We're all veterans. You're getting the veterans
Now they're really not. They're Army.
Whatever.
So it's not.
I know the field.
So.
Yeah, right.
So I do that a lot. I do a lot of ribbing and stuff. But I'll tell a story again. I'll tell the story.
I love the computer.
My ship.
Yeah.
Were you on there?
Yeah.
Oh, was that your ship that you were on?
Yeah.
Oh, God, it looks like a
Chuckles.
World War II ship.
Well, it was the first one into Vietnam. It was. I wasn't on it then, but
So,
the USS Barry.
Okay.
You think it's still around somewhere?
No, if you want to really hear a stupid, typical the world we live in story. So they took it to Boston. We redid it, whatever it was called back then. We did one IO cruise and then they decommissioned it. Then it became a museum kind of in DC. It's the backdrop to NCIS. So the ship was there. I took my son there many years after, and it was like roped off on where we could go. And I said, hey, this was my ship. Can I take him down into the berthing? My name was still in the rack. It was kind of cool. They then take it to Texas to destroy it, to scrap it. I called the owner of the company, and I said, just making sure. I said, can I buy the door to CIC? Can I buy the table to the rest? Right? So he said that they called the Navy, and the Navy said no. That they left $2 billion worth of stuff. And I can't buy the last stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you just finding the right person.
Yeah. It really.
Absolutely. It would probably just be finding the right person. That person's like, I can't deal. Yeah.
I said I will walk to Texas from Florida. I would have walked to Texas to get something from this just because of the food. The table that we ate on, really?
I mean, that will last generations.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We have like 1 minute.
Do you PR people, or do you use the military PR people, or do you use civilian people, PR people?
We have civilians inside our.
I was curious. Okay.
It is like
He's AFN. I'm wondering, or is he an officer? Oh yeah, I went to DIMP. Was a 46 Romeo. Yeah. DIMPOs. Yeah. Oh, very cool. What year did you graduate there? 2005. Okay, I was 98. So they had the new building. Yes, it was at Fort Meade. But I was the last group before they built the beautiful building. So we were in like these, they look like little tiny mobile home units. And then our last week, they put us in the building. They said, this is what you're not going to get, but everybody else is going to get it, Yeah, it's good to know that they're using, I wondered if the Marines, and we, of course, joint trained, so we had Marines and everybody in there, so it was kind of cool.
We are back coming to you live from Radio Row here, Super Bowl Sunday, but now I have to be on my best behavior again because this is crazy. And let's first welcome Sergeant Major Ruiz. How are you, sir?
Good, sir.
I do this ribbing that we all do.
Good, as you should.
We harass, and last year I had the Thunderbirds on, and I said it's a shame you didn't do military service. And, now they're two of my, closest friends.
They're so beautiful.
The thing that's really scaring me is everybody, the celebrities and, the dignitaries that are doing shows, they have their people.
Yes.
I'm intimidated by the guy that with the side eye. I got to make sure that I do everything right here. I am absolutely petrified. So I'm always harassing, always having a good time.
You know why he's here? Because I have a habit of going over the hill, going over the cliff. So he's got to watch. He's not watching you. He's watching to tackle me.
Honestly, he was looking at you and not me, but a couple times it moved.
I want to throw in, Randy, by the way, he has my same MOS as in the Army. Okay, he's a 46 Romeo, and so we did the same kind of training. And so, mad respect to this gentleman over here. Mad respect.
So I'm doing this thing in Vegas, and the UFC. I've covered the UFC longer than anyone in the world, and they came over and they said, "We know you love getting veterans on. Our slap champion is an Army vet."
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready. I'm locked and loaded. Right, I'm getting ready to hammer this guy. He sits down, and right out of the blocks. I said, "I understand that you think you did military service, but you were Army." And he got as red as that banner, and he goes, "Army? I'm a Marine." I go, "Oh, crap.
Wow.
This is going to get ugly real quick." Why is that? And we had the Marine pilots.
Okay.
I'm going up with them on Friday. They're taking me up.
Oh, boy.
But we talked about this. Why are, I'm ex-Navy, she's ex-Circus, Army, and you're a Marine. There is no X in Marine. I never will.
Yeah, there's pressure. It's this pressure from the veteran community that when it was their turn, they were able to continue the tradition, the culture of the Corps.
You mean the cult of the Corps?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, you said culture.
Culture. And so when you take it, you take your place on the table, you seat at the table, and then you exit, you expect the ones that will follow will continue to make the Marine Corps a legendary service. And so this year is 250 years of being phenomenal, and because we're in the business of winning, right?
Yeah.
We're in the business of kicking down doors, and
it's small compared to the rest of the forces. It's just people don't understand. That's why you call it the few, the proud, the Marine Corps, because it is a very small force when compared to, say, the Army.
Yes.
And even the other forces.
And
pride in it.
And people who want to join the Army do so for a specific reason that's pulling them that way.
People because they can't get in the Navy or the Marines.
Oh my gosh!
I keep setting them up for you.
I know, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm losing right here.
I have no problems hitting it. Yeah.
I got no help in this interview here.
But I believe that you were born to be a Marine, and there's just something about this calling of it's not going to be easy. And we attract those type of people who are looking to be challenged, who are looking to do something very different.
I always ask, and I've asked the players and the pilots, can you watch movies? Like there's Marine movies, A Few Good Men. As you sit and watch that, do you cringe sometimes?
Yes.
Do you?
Yes, I cringe constantly because there's always an expert on the set, I'm sure, trying to teach someone how to wear a uniform, but you can't fake being a Marine. And so when the imitations start appearing, it's an imitation.
Right.
And so I think that's probably why Marine commercials are so popular, because those are real Marines. We don't use actors. We never have. We never will.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
The connection that we continue to make with the American people. We are who we are. We make no apologies of who we are and what we are.
Sure.
They're supposed to be, and we use real Marines in those commercials.
And I don't know if you know this, Leslie. There was I think it was called the Marines, where they were using WWE wrestlers, and one of the wrestlers did not get the honorable discharge. I don't know what discharge he had.
That's right.
Randy Orton, who's a big time wrestler, and there was a lot of pushback, and they had to replace him. Because he wasn't honorably discharged Marine playing a Marine. And
that's right.
Yeah.
You got to do it right. You got to do your time. And
do your time.
Legend.
That's so true, huh?
Every legend, every fight, you just go down the line of, you can just say Iwo Jima all the way to Fallujah, all the way to Marja. If you just keep going down that line, we feel a sense of responsibility to we're next, right? And so we can never be the generation that gets their kick. Like, that's not going to happen on our watch. You just feel that pressure all the time. And if you don't, then you got to go.
That was in A Few Good Men on our watch. There was a whole spiel about our watch. So, what celebrations, the 250th year? What celebrations are going to be happening? And talk about that and what the Navy can attend and Army can't.
Absolutely.
And definitely an Air Force guy.
We are a team. You know, we never go anywhere without the Navy. They ensure that
They're
we,
the transporters. They're basically transportation for the Marines.
but we will fight together for that ship.
Absolutely.
Like
Yeah.
we're not just passengers.
Because
We
we're
are-
your ride home.
That's right. So we will fight hand in hand to make sure that
Sure.
ship survives. And what you'll see is this is the kickoff of this year is going to be the celebration of 250 years, and we're going to start it off with a bang with the Super Bowl, and then you'll see Marine Weeks throughout the country. You'll see them in Atlanta, Texas, on and on and on. So look online to see where we're going to be in an effort to connect with the American people.
Quarter of a century now, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's don't do math in public. I don't. Yeah, that's a hard number. But so you'll see us as much as we can for a civilian today, that they can hopefully, don't tell me thank you for your service. Instead, hey, where are you from?
Right.
Let's have a conversation.
How do you respond to that? Because I've always said that people say it, and all right, what do I do?
I appreciate it, but this year will be 32 years for me.
Wow. Okay.
I would have exited it a long time ago if I didn't love it, right? If I didn't feel passionate about it. And so thank you for saying what you're saying to us, but we're looking to strike a conversation and connect with you because we're not strangers to this service.
Well, except for the guy standing behind the banner. That's a little different.
We come from the community. We come from wherever your hometown is.
You're the brothers and sisters of our family.
My brother-in-law is a Marine.
That's right.
He did 26 years.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I am very grateful when I hear it, and this is why. I lived in California for a long time, and I joined in California in '97, and I was in California for 3 years serving before somebody said that to me.
Yeah.
Only one person ever said it. I love California, but I'm just saying it. No one said it. Now I moved to Florida and I was flabbergasted because everyone said it all the time. But I'll never forget when that gentleman said it. It meant so much because I'd never heard it. And there's a lot of sacrifice. I was a reserve too, and there's different sacrifices with reserve.
Absolutely.
Really, in your civilian world. And so I love hearing it. I love hearing it. But you do want to be seen as a person too, and not just this figure who does this job. So I understand that connection. It means more when it's a connection.
It means more. Here in New Orleans, the headquarters for Marine Forces Reserve is here, and the headquarters for Marine Forces South, all of Latin America, is here, right across the water. I served here for about 4 years,
Right.
and it's the thank you for your service exists in other countries as well, right? So it's not just here.
Right.
People do appreciate those who sacrifice, and it's
Yeah.
okay.
I went to the Tower of London in England, and as a joke, I was like, "Hey, man, you take," because it said military. I said, "You give discounts to allies," and he goes, "I sure will." And then I got half off at the Tower of London for showing my American. Now I don't.
It's your fault. If you would have gone with me, you would have gotten in free because I got us in free. Let me ask you this, sir. In the Navy, probably the biggest, and you may or may not have, crossed the equator, shellback, all that kind of stuff. What in the Marines would be like that tradition that the shellback card was under 2 locks, on a ship where you could get to the money easily, in the pursers thing.
Yeah.
But the shellback card is everything.
Yeah.
What might that be in the Marines?
Yeah, it's there's only one transformation, and that is we call it the crucible, and this is in recruit training, and this is a several hours of no sleep and very limited meal, MREs.
Is it for 3
MREs?
days? Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so it's close to 3 days, and this is like your final test of working together, and then when you crest over, depending on what side of the country you're in, the final hike, then you get into a formation, and then you get told about the title Marine, and then you get presented your Eagle Globe and Anchor pressed onto your hand by your drill instructors.
I love that about them. They build you back up.
That's
you know,
right.
We have something similar. It's the bivouac. It's the last 3 days in the Army.
Yeah.
But there's no. It's like you're done. Yeah, okay, out of here. But we're not even a soldier until we finish AIT.
Yeah.
But there is a really powerful message when you have that moment. They press that down. I didn't even know that, but the Crucible is very, very famous, and that's something I love about the Marine Corps. Is that when you've finished it, you are really recognized as part of the pack.
That's right. You get to have a conversation. You get to be in the room with those who wore the uniform. You get to on and on and on. But the transformation. That's right. The transformation doesn't end there. It's the development of the young person into a better citizen. It must continue.
I'm going to end it with this. As I'm watching you talk, like I've been on the air 40-some years, and you can tell when you're having a conversation. I don't call these interviews, I call them chats. And you can tell when somebody's enjoying something and when somebody's, like going through the motions. And I'm watching you as you're talking and you're smiling and having a good time talking about the Marines and the country. And it makes me feel so good as a veteran and as a citizen.
Yeah.
And thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And I also want to give you my limited edition challenge coin.
Okay.
That is made, and I have them just for veterans.
Yeah.
And I have some for civilians, but these are just, for the veterans, and I want to give you one. I want to give your whole staff one as well.
This is awesome.
So
I'm going to counterfire, but as you were closing, all I could think about is like there are veterans out there, former Marines, Navy, whatever it is, that they remember what it felt like, right? To be 19 years old, you remember what it was like to be in a formation. You remember that feeling of belonging to the rest of the squad and the platoon. And if hearing me or listening to me or watching me, it makes you go back to that and you feel that sense of, I remember that and I remember what it felt like and it propelled me. I pivoted from that place of strength to be a great broadcaster, be a whatever it is that you're going to be. It was those moments that got me here, right? So I just say, it shouldn't be a secret that you're a veteran.
Oh, for sure.
Because you stand out anyway, right? It's that discipline, is that presence. It's just something about you. So say it. And be proud of it.
And completing something like that, to go from point A to point B to complete it, I think is a lot too. To become a veteran.
That DD 214 means something.
Yes, I think so too.
It's a prized possession.
Yeah.
So I know we're out of time, sir. Thank you very, very much. We're going to hit a break. Coming to you live from Radio Row. This is.
Oh wait,
Knockout
what's your
Radio.
pick? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win?
Cheese.
Okay, all right.
We'll be right back.
Okay, I'm going to sign these for you.
It is weird because I do that harassing, the mutual stuff, and it's a joke, but it's just different joking with Marines. It's just somebody's going to take it wrong. I'm going to get killed. But
we have a sense of humor, right?
We all got to die sometime.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you so much for what you do.
Yes, sir. You as well.
Man.
Pleasure. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, have a good rest of your day.
You as well. Thank you, guys. And thank you for taking the
Oh, no, absolutely. I don't mind. I apologize if I distracted you.
I'm so glad to see you doing this and being a good person. You guys, Do you want it off? I just said that.
No, I'm just going to move it in case Miles comes with us, just to kind of. That one's special. Now I'm over it, What's up, everybody? We're still live on Facebook. Woo!
We'll go back to your list. Yeah, we got like 20 seconds. Huh? It should just be one. Huh? No, we got 115 is yeah, and then we got Lewis Murphy at 130. If Miles shows. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio Day 2. I don't even know what time it is.
It's
2:20 Eastern.
Eastern, yeah.
So we're on another hour.
Well, it's one. Yeah.
So it's
messing me up here. It's 1:19 Central.
Right. So it's 2:20.
Yeah, 2:19.
Oh no, we got another hour and a half. Sweet.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Cool.
You kind of threw me there a little bit.
Miles Killebrew due here momentarily. Lewis Murphy at the bottom of the hour. More military walking around. Good stuff.
Big military presence.
Yeah.
Today. Yeah, and yesterday. It's kind of cool.
I think we have some Supercross tickets to give away.
Oh, yeah.
So all you got to do, if you want to, go to the Knockout Radio contact, hit me up, and I'll pull some winners out of that. We have the banner that we're giving away, the e-bike. So I've continued to post the photo. If you're not obviously here on Radio Row, where the banner is, just go and hit the QR code and register. We're going to be giving that away probably in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from today.
Sweet.
And
yeah, the e-bikes have really become, an alternate means of transportation.
Yeah.
And if any of you
Cheap
have them
on
out there,
gas.
please stop riding them like in the 60-mile-an-hour zones. At least like kind of go over to the side there.
Especially
Slightly
behind
dangerous,
me.
exactly.
I might kind of push you out of the way.
But we're seeing them left and right. I went to Barcelona, did an e-bike tour.
Really?
Fantastic way to get around Barcelona, Spain. Almost was taken out a couple times by cars, but I survived, and it was fantastic because, you're out there, you're feeling the air, you're feeling the community, you're feeling the vibe, but you're not having to work as hard.
Getting there quicker
you're
than
getting
walking.
there quicker, but you still get a bit of exercise. It's not completely, automatic. You still got to pedal a little. So what we've been doing, we've been kind of taking a fun look at some of the weird and surprising Super Bowl facts. And so we kind of went through a little bit in the previous break there. Now let's kind of take a look at what else is. This is a good one, Randy. The coin toss.
I'll be the judge.
The coin toss curse. Statistically, the team that wins the coin toss, do they lose more or they win more, you think?
The team that wins the coin toss not necessarily makes the correct call.
Well, they're winning the coin toss, so
Right,
they're going to
so
get the ball. Whoever,
right.
yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get the ball first. It's whoever gets to make the decision. So not who
Right.
calls the coin flip. It's whoever wins the coin flip.
Yeah.
I'm going to say wins more than loses.
The team that wins the coin toss loses the Super Bowl
Really?
more often
Wow.
than not.
That's interesting
Yeah.
because they decide if they want the ball first or if they want to defer.
And a lot of times I can do with sunshine. At least in soccer.
If it's an outdoor stadium.
If you're the goalie, yeah.
If
And
it's an
believe me, you're looking at the wind and you are looking at the sun because usually they'll have the goalies do a lot of times pick the side like what you want. Pick the side. So it's not the ball is getting kicked off, but it's more about picking the goal.
Right.
Anyways, over the past decade, the coin toss winner has frequently fallen victim to this strange curse, fueling superstitions among fans
That surprises
and
me.
players alike.
That surprises me.
Okay, the Super Bowl trophy costs less than you think. The Vince Lombardi Trophy awarded to the winning team is worth about $50,000,
Yeah.
$50,000,
Yeah.
right? That's a hefty sum for
Tiffany,
most.
right?
Yeah, Tiffany, that's right. But, that's really modest when you look at the whole scheme of how much money.
Well, look at the ring.
Yeah.
The ring is going to cost more than the trophy.
Actually, the trophy is handcrafted each year by Tiffany & Company. It takes about 4 months to complete, and that is why they about had a heart attack when
Tom
the
threw
goat
it.
threw it across. Plus, that was like 80 feet of water. It would've went
A,
in.
she needs to get over it, and B, it's kind of like when you give a gift or something.
It ain't yours anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I've been mad a couple times when I've given something and then they give it away, and it kind of ticks me off a little bit.
Mhm.
But you gave it away. Somebody else has it, so move on.
Okay, number 7 here. 30-second commercial can cost more than blank million. What do you think?
7.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that what it is?
It is.
Wow.
It's 7.
All right.
Super Bowl is not just a sporting event.
7 million, got that one right.
It's the pinnacle of advertising, my friends. It's by MSN.com. So in recent years, a 30-second ad slot during the game has cost right around upwards of $7 million. And that is a significant increase compared to $2.4 million back in 2002. So some of these big name merchandise place companies, Doritos, Pepsi, Budweiser. Here's a good fact. Leslie Lacey was in a Super Bowl Pepsi ad.
Really?
Yep, 1994.
I can't wait to go grab me a Diet Coke.
Thanks a lot, man. You know, I was really hoping I'd make a lot of money off of it, but I didn't because, you know, the thing about this is when I was an actress, and you know, I got a little close up and everything in it, but it only ran once. That was it. Boom.
Really?
Yeah. So usually you make your money with holdings. If they hold it, then you can't do other things. All kinds of different ways. But if it runs a lot, you make a lot more money, and I didn't. I just made a few $1,000s. That was it. The highest scoring Super Bowl game ever. Brandy Harris. Dun, 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 dun.
There was a 37 something. I don't know. Eagles?
Nope. San Francisco 49ers defeating the San Diego Chargers 49-26.
Yeah, well, I knew it was a big blowout.
75 points to make it a standout in Super Bowl history. But you know who's right under that? Who's very close? Raiders Bucks. I believe that was 69 points.
Oh,
68
okay.
or 69.
Okay.
I actually thought it was going to be that one, but it wasn't. It was the and I can't. It's 10. I can't XX1X.
XX1X would be 29.
Okay, well that's the Super Bowl that it was.
X is 10, and when you put a number before 1, so it's XXIX,
My
right?
brain already hurts.
It's 29.
It already hurts. The Super Bowl generates more trash than a small city, and I'm not talking about trash talking, Randy. I'm talking about
Trash itself?
basura. Yeah, trash in the bin. Hosting the Super Bowl creates a monumental amount of waste, up to 40 tons of garbage in a single day from discarded snack wrappers.
I'm going to disagree. There's that much trash on Bourbon Street every night. They don't need a Super Bowl here to have the trash.
I bet there's more trash in the New Orleans Super Bowl than any other place because you've got that, and then you've also got.
They're including that, even though it has nothing to do with the bowl game.
It says they are. They're thankfully they say that there some recent efforts have been made to reduce the event's carbon footprint. Although I don't know what those efforts are. All right, so Super Bowl ticket prices over the years. One ticket could buy you a new car.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are some tickets like that. I mean, you know what? The big ones in Vegas last year went for 5 digits, probably 6 digits.
Yeah.
I know the first one I went to, I want to say was $400.
Wow, was that a resale or is that face value?
No, I believe it was face value. I still have the ticket somewhere.
It says the average resale price of a ticket has surpassed.
Well, resale. Yeah,
resale. $6,000 with premium seats now going for over. It was in recent games $6,000. Now premium seats are going for over $20,000.
Yeah. Well, no, easy. You know, back when it was $400, resale was still at $15,000, $18,000, $22,000.
Yeah, you know what it was back in the 70s to buy a ticket? Just a face value ticket in the 70s?
$25?
$20.
Yeah.
$20.
Well, you know, and the reason that they can do it and they get away with it is because nobody can really get these tickets. You know, each player has the opportunity to purchase a ticket. You know,
two, right? Can't they get 2?
Well, I believe it's 1.
Oh, wow.
Now, if you're somebody of higher up the food chain, you know, you might be able to get more. Otto Graham used to get like 100, I've been told.
Whew.
The legend Otto Graham, and then it slowly dwindled until it got down to 1 pair. But because every player in the league is allowed to purchase a pair, owners get tickets, sponsors get tickets. There's very little tickets around, supply and demand. So then the fans want to go. Wait until you see that the Eagles outnumber the Kansas City Chiefs fans on Sunday.
If you're in Green Bay, you got to put your baby on when it's born, you know, so they'll inherit the tickets, whatever, you know, 60 years later. All right, so the unexpected freeze. Little tidbit here. MetLife
Dallas?
Stadium.
Oh, in New York.
Yeah.
New Jersey.
Jersey, Randy. It was the first Super Bowl played in an open-air stadium in a cold weather city. And it was made it one of the most memorable games for the snow.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
They knew it. It was cold weather time. You know, so for them, and I understand that that's what you're saying, but Minnesota was cold, Atlanta was cold, but at least they were domed. So they should have anticipated that in New Jersey.
To be quite honest, I kind of like the fact I would love to see another Super Bowl at Lambeau Field. Because it would just be crazy now. But then again, I would feel bad if it was Buffalo against the Bucks. I mean, then that would be kind of bad. Or the Dolphins against somebody.
It's the roll of the dice.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
they always wanted in a warm climate because it's it's
fair.
It's what we're doing. Yeah, just because of it's you don't want to be out there. I remember Minnesota, they didn't expect it, but it was snow and it closed down the Fan Expo. It closed down a lot of things.
Yeah, that's a good point. But don't they know they got to make that stuff indoors?
Yep.
They've got to be smart about it. If you're going to host a Super Bowl, you better be squared away. It's pretty squared away here. We got gorgeous weather outside.
No, it is nice.
Yes.
And speaking of squared away, we're going to stayed away. And we're going to go hit our bottom of the hour break. This is Knockout Radio, brought to you by 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink. We'll be right back.
I text him, I'm like, no, this is Try 130, 145. Yeah, 145. Rashad. Rashad.
All right, welcome back. We are here at Radio Row. Leslie Lacey and Randy Man Harris here. And it has been pretty off the charts here.
Yeah,
by midweek,
I had to
really
take off.
to kick up.
I normally don't run like that.
Oh, they didn't know. They didn't know you ran.
Well, no, I'm just saying, didn't get back on time as I saw a good friend of mine, former UFC champion, Rashad Evans. So he will be over here momentarily. Lewis Murphy scheduled.
Okay.
Well, hopefully.
And that's the way that works here. That's the
It's
thing is you
insane.
got to run
It's
around.
insane.
You know, we saw Chris Ince coming on later. He's down there talking, I think, to ESPN right now or one of the other stations. And there's so many people here, and they filter in and out. And as we move into Thursday, it's going to be even busier.
Yeah.
Usually Thursday is kind of a hot day. Wednesday it starts heating up too. And then Thursday and Friday, it's gangbusters.
Well, and what's really difficult, and for a lot of people, I'm not going to just say me, but, you know, if I book something, I'm going to stick with that. You know, if I see somebody walk by, you know, and I want to get them on, but I have somebody scheduled, what do? Right? You wait for the person you have scheduled, and then that person who's scheduled doesn't show, and then you lost out on that interview with the other person. So it just makes it,
yeah, it's
you know.
a game. Warren Sapp was great. He just came in here. He saw the seat was open, sat down, talked with us.
Here comes Lakewood's own, South St. Pete's own. You know him, at least I do. We love him. He's walking right by. Lewis. I know.
Can Roy jump on too with us? My co-host?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
We're producing live as we do this. Let's welcome former Buck, former Raider, former, more importantly, Pinellas County's own.
Yes.
Lakewood. Lakewood's own. How are you, Randy Harris? Nice to meet you.
Randy.
Lewis went to elementary school with my son, Sean.
Yes.
And so followed your career from elementary school on.
Sean Harris. You remember Sean? He went to school. Roy went to school with us too.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, which school was this?
Bay Point.
Okay.
Out by Lakewood High.
Lakewood High.
Well, out by Lakewood High.
Okay.
Yes.
Sean left.
Likewise.
Roy James.
Nice to meet you as well.
Sean left Bay Point, I think, in the 4th grade and went to Admiral Farragut. But I know you guys kind of stayed close and friends. And when Lewis came to the Bucks, and I kept bugging him, you know, to come to the show, and you know, everybody's busy and busy, and I stayed on him, and he was busy, and it took time. And finally, when he came, and he's like, "Oh, you know, that's when I saw Sean." So,
exactly.
So it was definitely cool. So what's up? What's going on?
Man, we're here at Radio Row, Super Bowl 59. Me and my best friend Roy, we started a podcast, a sports debate podcast called One on Ones, the number one, ON, the number one S podcast on all platforms. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow. We appreciate you, Randy, for having us on,
for sure.
on Knockout Radio.
So you cover all sports on it, right?
Yes, all sports. We've been more specific to NFL, NBA.
But we don't have per se strictly those two sports. So we'll cover pretty much most hot topics in sports.
Okay. So World Cup comes along, focus a little bit on soccer.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, we would.
So, sweet.
Longest, we're not interview style, and we're not like reporters. So we want to get. We're strictly debate. Strictly debate.
Okay.
All right.
Strictly want to see what's your take.
Well, we got a debate for you.
All right.
We've been debating. Before we talked about the debate, MMA, you do any UFC stuff in the MMA?
No, I have a lot of teammates that I play with that are very, very big into UFC, WWE. Now, I just, it might sound crazy, but playing football, I think I'm kind of over the gruesome. You know, I watch the NFL sometimes. I'm like, man, like I'm in full support of player safety now. Being on the other side, I'm like, man, that hurt. That looked like it really hurt. You know, but it's like, man. Sometimes I have surreal moments when I'm watching the game. Like, man, I actually really did do this. Like, what was I thinking? You know,
especially when you hear the clack.
Oh my gosh,
it's not even a crunch; it's a clack.
The knockout part, exactly.
Yeah. Before we talk about our debate, talk about the transition because I want to get to that before we do run out of time. You know, a lot of athletes, you know, when they transition from, you know, the superstardom, the NFL, the everybody. And I remember Simeon Rice once told me, if I knew then what I know now, you know, and it takes time. It takes
time, man. I think it is definitely a comparison to the military of being, you know, say you're abroad or you're active in duty. And shout out to all the veterans.
We're all veterans. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. So I mean. I think it's the
I'm
same.
going to interrupt because I always do. They're Army, so but I'm just saying.
Hey, growing up, my father's a Marine, so growing up, I heard those jokes from my uncles in the Army, so those jokes, that were thrown around all the time.
For sure.
But yeah, man. So just coming, it's like a fantasy world. It really is. Being in the NFL is literally a fantasy world, and when you get out of that fantasy world, it is an adjustment. It's like becoming a civilian, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
You know, getting used to working out at a regular gym. You know, like how does that work? You know, we're used to going into to our locker room and everything's there, clothes, changing clothes, towel, washcloth, and now I was like, man, how do I go shower at a Crunch Fitness or at a LA Fitness?
I gotta bring a bag.
Do I bring a bag? Like, you know, it completely
and structure,
changes.
structure, right?
The schedule is the hardest thing because we're always on schedule. We know April we're reporting for OTAs. You're going to do that until June, the second week in June. You have that 5 weeks off. July, then you come back. You're in training camp July 28th. Training camp is, you know, you're locked in from July until January, February, hopefully make the playoffs, hopefully make the Super Bowl, like here in Louisiana and New Orleans. But then that's, you know, February, Super Bowl ends, and then you know you're back in April, but you're literally on a minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour schedule.
And that's something that's really hard, even coming out of the military, because you have it. So that's where the discipline comes in. People say the military teaches you discipline, but I feel like you have to learn you have to take it with you because the military puts it, and football puts it all out for you, but it's when you're sitting at home and you've got to make yourself get up out of bed because maybe you don't have to, you know, what are you going to do? And that's really the difference in that transition.
All right, let's get to our debate.
Yes.
Which is the better team playing on Sunday? Who has the best team? Because we've been arguing.
The best team.
I believe the Philadelphia Eagles are the best team.
Right. Okay.
From top of the lineup all the way down, the best team.
But
the best player plays on the other team. You know, Patrick Mahomes.
Great take.
You know, and she's like, no, the Kansas City Chiefs, it's the best team.
Here's the big issue.
And she says whoever wins is the best team.
Yes, that is what I'm saying, guys. Whoever wins. And Randy thinks that even if the Chiefs win, the Eagles are still the best team, which is just
asinine, right?
Oh,
it's like, how
again.
He sounds like Gerald McCoy.
So we're having I think what we're saying on paper, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and which is true.
I got a new co-host.
We got a deal. But no, seriously, on paper, I think the Eagles are the better team.
Sure.
But it doesn't always work out to be the better team who wins. Now, because it's one game, it's not a series, right? But I think the Eagles with Saquon Barkley. Now, is Saquon Barkley the better player? Or, I mean, everybody's saying Patrick Mahomes, which rightfully so. But Saquon Barkley isn't too far behind.
Absolutely, he's not. but let me ask you.
Right.
If you were starting a team, you're starting a team today.
It's Mahomes.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just going to be clear on that.
Exactly.
But the second player is probably Saquon.
Here's the thing, though. Mahomes can make more of a difference on his own because of his position.
Right.
You're right, Leslie. You're right.
And instead of, do you hear that, Randy? What did you just say?
No, you're all right.
Thanks,
you're
man.
Right,
Appreciate it.
Leslie.
Thank you, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm trying to say here is I think at the end of the day, like you say on paper, it doesn't matter because the team that wins is going to be the best team because they found a way at the end of the day to beat them, and so therefore there's no, you can't argue it.
Right. Sure. Absolutely.
They win.
Absolutely.
What and I know we only have a couple minutes. What was the best debate that's been on your show?
I would go with the best debate that we've been getting a lot of traction on is two. Can I give you two?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One is if the Kansas City Chiefs three-peat, will they be considered the greatest dynasty of all time?
Oh no.
Oh no. We got to know it, Leslie.
I say
yes with a three-peat?
I say yes.
Oh, it sounds like royal. You are my. I'm telling you. I'm with you, Leslie.
No
way.
way.
Patriots, right? Is
Patriots,
it Patriots?
hands down.
Correct. And the reason why, and then we need to know why. So why I'm gonna help Leslie out. The reason why I'm going Patriots is because they won 3 out of 4 twice.
That's
so
right.
they went to 4 Super Bowls twice in a row, 4 in a row, but lost. They won 2, lost 1. won the fourth one.
The key word was they lost one.
Oh, here it is.
So they didn't get
Here
the
it is, Randy.
I got something different. I got something different. I got the icing on the cake.
Go ahead.
I have
Leslie.
got the key that's going to lock this up.
Lock
for
it
us,
up,
okay?
Leslie. Lock it up.
Here's a difference. At the end of the day, even if the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes win 7 Super Bowls, at the end of the day, who beat
Head to head.
Head to head. Tom Brady.
Patrick, Edward, Thomas,
hold on,
Jeffrey.
co-host, hold on.
Oh,
When
he'll
Tom
never be
Brady
GOAT. He'll
beat
never be
Patrick
GOAT.
Mahomes, he wasn't with the Patriots. So what does that have to do with the Patriots? What's my co-host say? What's my
He winner.
chicken?
That was a great take. I didn't think about that.
Yes. We so associate
But I
him.
guess we could say that this is this to your
blood.
point, co-host.
Patriot blood.
I'll be your co-host, Leslie. So
Thank you.
to that point, I think that's a great take, Randy.
Thank you.
But Tom Brady took a team, so that would probably fall under the debate of
GOAT.
GOAT.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes versus Tom
Never
Brady.
be the GOAT. Never.
But the dynasty, that doesn't change the dynasty debate about what he did over the 20 years in New England with Bill Belichick and that whole nine. The only thing I can see of saying better dynasty with Patrick would have to go undefeated and win the Super Bowl.
Oh, he'll have to go undefeated. They'd have to beat the 72 Dolphins.
72
They'd
Dolphins.
have to beat
Something
the 72
Brady and the
Dolphins.
Patriots didn't do.
Almost.
Almost in hand.
Lost to Eli. Lost to
Horseshoes
Eli.
and hand grenades.
Well, they won the most. They did win the most regular season games because back when the 72 Dolphins, they were doing
15 or 16,
12. I said 12 or 14, maybe
okay.
14, 12 or 14. It wasn't 16.
Gotcha.
It wasn't 16. So that they got, but you're right. They couldn't seal the deal. And that's why Brady was depressed for like 7 months, because he knew that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
They're signing book deals. They thought they had it wrapped up,
Unfortunately, we are out of time.
Okay, yes.
When can we get you back on?
Oh man, we could try to cross promo this. When we do, it's Super Bowl 59. We have a tight schedule, and
You mean like this week?
Either or. If we can do something this week, back at home, get you in our studio. We'll come in your studio. Let's do
sure. Definitely do home for sure.
Yeah. Plug one more time with it.
One-on-ones podcast on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. The number 1 ON, the number 1 S podcast. We'll make sure we follow Knockout Radio as well on there. But yeah, it's where you get
one ONS.
the number 1, like a one-on-one, like receiver versus DB.
Okay.
One-on-one debate. One-on-one, we're debating. Who's going to win, and it's a sports debate podcast show on YouTube, and we'll be getting out on all of audio platforms.
Good stuff. We're going to hit a break.
So much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us. Thanks, Leslie. Coming to you back.
Thank you.
I'll Radio Row.
That was good. Yeah, I got you. The second debate question was, it was the dynasty. Is Saquon Barkley the greatest free agent signing ever?
Yeah.
No. Tom Brady.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Buccaneers, Tom Brady.
Yeah, you're
Now
right.
if he wins it,
You're right.
You're right. Give me your football card.
You're right.
That was like-
And you know what else has been good for us? Top 5 quarterbacks currently.
that's good. Current quarterback.
Currently.
Versus all time. All time's tough too. Do you know who I put in there and no one ever beats Jim?
Oh yeah, he's in there.
He is, because he held all the same records at the same time.
Or do you want to just sit and talk? So yeah, man, whatever. We love coming to do this again. Put some posts.
Can you kick me on? Austin. Okay, never mind.
I'm sorry. I saw you walk away. I had to use the bathroom. Where are we at? Right here? Yeah. You know what?
Hi, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. I had to go on a wild goose chase, and the person I was trying to find was sitting right at our booth. Let's welcome to the program, really close friend of mine, superstar Rashad Evans. How are you?
What is going on?
When I saw you walk by, I'm like, I gotta go say hi. What's up? How you been?
Man, life is good, man. Life is really good. Feeling great. Just been taking it, building myself outside of fighting, but at the same time, I done messed around and got myself into another fight. Me and Rampage, we're going to get a fight in April. I've been training for that. That's been pretty exciting. So it's been pretty fun because there's nothing like what a training camp brings out of you, and I missed it. So it's been great.
How different is it? How different is training, from day one when you started to like your last UFC fight to what you're doing now? And where is the fight so I can make sure I'm there?
It's in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I'll be there.
And it's a lot different because now I don't bang on my body so much. One thing that I do is I make sure that I'm getting my technical work in, I'm getting my road work in, I'm getting the things that I need right now. Like it's just about bringing back my legs. Legs are a big thing. So I've been doing a lot of road work, doing a lot of agility, lateral stuff. But technical sparring, I'm not really banging a lot in the gym. So it's great in that respect, and I'm doing something that I really didn't do a lot of when I was in my peak, which was I'm doing a lot of recovery work. I go to the Brain Institute over in Delray with Dr. DeLuca, and what Dr. Phil DeLuca does, he has hyperbaric chamber, he has, red light therapy, he has, IV therapy. So he has a few different modalities that I've been using to just recover, and I go do that twice a week. And what I found is that balance between, training hard, but also the recovery. I'm recovering just as hard as I'm training.
I want to obviously say this delicately because when you're friends with somebody, you tend to get your butt kicked, if you ask it the wrong way and stuff. A lot of fights are coming up from fighters that have been retired.
Yeah.
Real, I'm not saying not real, but, 100% exhibition. What will you and Rampage be doing?
It'll be 100%. This is going to be a fight. And we wanted to do it like that because we've seen, some of the others, and it's kind of like, and we want to give the fans a fight. And for one, he's been feeling himself, and he wants to continue to go down this path of fighting influencer fighters and fighting people like that. So I'm like, let's get a real fight in. And one thing I realized is that this is such a small window. And the longer
life is a small window.
Yes, life is a small window.
Right.
So I want to, I'm healthy and I feel great right now, and my body's been able to recover. And I started my mushroom program, and with my mushrooms, and my body's been feeling great because of such. So I've been really just been. I felt like I dialed back some of the years, took some miles off the odometer, and I just want to be able to go out there and just, and compete one more time.
Is the passion the same? Is it different? Is it different because you had it and then, walked away for a little while and now it's back? Is it? Talk about that.
The passion is the same, but I would say it is different. It is different because, I'm where I am right now. I've had the experience that I had before. So now it's different in respect to, I understand how much of a privilege this is. I understand how much that this is a fleeting moment, and I'm able to have the perspective to know that, you never know, this could be it, and being able to compete and being able to test myself like this is something an opportunity that I'm not going to waste. So I'm making sure that I'm doing everything that I can in order for me to feel as well as I can going into this fight.
Going into this fight, is this a one? You're doing this fight, or are you planning on doing more after this?
It all depends on how I feel. If I go out there and I don't feel too good, and my body says, "Dude, sit down somewhere."
Love that answer. Thank you.
Sit down somewhere. I'm gonna do that because for me, I'm not doing this for the ego. I'm doing this because I'm a competitor and I'm a fighter that's a competitor, and I love to test myself because the fight in itself is one thing, but it's all about what leads up to the fight, because leading up to the fight
It's a mental, it's a physical, but it's a spiritual thing as well, and that's what I enjoy. I enjoy the process of what it's like to go through that spiritual, that mental part that allows me to be like, you know what, I've done it. You know, when you go out there and you push yourself to the limits and you give it all you can give, that there's no losing in that.
That's why I loved your response, because not that it matters what I think, but I think when the fighter says, yeah, it's a one-time, it's a one-off, it's, then you're not really all in.
Right.
You know, and then they retire after or whatever. So you really retired before.
Yeah.
But by you saying, let's see how I feel, let's see how it goes, it means a lot to fans, means a lot to me that this is 100%. This is because of the love and the competition.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. It is a level of competition because, one thing that I've been able to just really sit back and just watch is just, that competitiveness in me, it just never died, and it got stronger the more that I got clarity in my mind, the more I got clarity in my life, and the more that I started to, coach my nephews and really start to be a part of the game. I'm like, dude, I'm still competing. Like I'm there training with them, and I'm not just, holding mitts from them. I'm trying to whoop their butts, So I'm giving it all I got, and I'm like, dude, if I'm gonna do this for them, why am I not gonna go out and do it and get paid to do it?
And I've said that.
Yeah, you talk about the spiritual preparation too, and I was curious, did you have as much of that before, or is that something that has increased as you're coming back?
I've had it before, but it's increased a lot more, and it's increased because, as you get older in life and you get more perspective and you start to really see how life unfolds and really start to, understand that it's a fleeting moment.
Yeah.
Like life is a window, and you got to be able to just live, and to live and to do something that makes you feel alive is more important to me than anything. And there's nothing like, testing myself like this that makes me feel that way.
Now, are you someone who meditates or visualizes on a fight prior to that? I was kind of curious like, what your prep is when you're talking about spirituality and thinking about it and mentally preparing. What exactly do you do?
I'm consistently meditating. I'm consistently visualizing whenever I'm running and whenever I'm training. I'm really trying to defeat the part of me that wants to stop. And I want to find that part where, I want to go to the point where I'm like, I want to stop, and I don't want to keep going, and I just keep telling myself, just keep one foot in front of the other. And there's something spiritual about that. There's something that for me, that testing myself at that level, it brings out another side of me that reminds me that in life, whether I'm competing or not, that's how I got to live. That's how I got to live each and every single moment, because, each and every single moment is a new forever. You're never going to get it back, and you got to be able to enjoy the moment that you're in. So it's about being present, it's about being dialed in, and it's about not taking anything for granted.
Reminds me of military training in some ways when the Marines were talking about the crucible, like the final, when you think you're at your tank is out, you got to find a way to refuel it, and then when you go on, and then the satisfaction of knowing what you've been able to accomplish physically, mentally, and everything with that 3-day crucible.
Let's jump back to last time we had you on. I think it was in Phoenix. Talk about the mushrooms. What's going on with the business.
So the business is going pretty good right now. We've solidified ourselves into the space, and we kind of etched out a space that was really, that really speaks to who we are, with me and Jake Plummer being athletes. We wanted to make a brand that really spoke to what the athlete needs from far as training, right, and also far as recovery. Recovery is one that we really leaned on. So we have the Michael Rise and the Michael Rest, and we have a bunch of different tinctures, and we have some we have a really good snack bar that's really good, packed with like 1,500 grams of mushrooms in it. But it's really just about educating people on what these mushrooms can do. It sounds like people are like, oh, mushrooms, but you have to understand this is a whole entire food group that a lot of people just do not eat, that has tremendous benefits for your body when it comes to just being able to bring your body at homeostasis and rewire neurological health.
I want to continue talking about it. We're at the top of the hour, so what we're going to do, I've never done this, so this is an experiment. We're going to hit the break on the station, but we're going to stay live on Facebook and YouTube. I've never done this before, so we're going to do something new with Rashad, and then we'll come back in live with the network as well. So we're going to hit a break with that station. They're going to pull all that down. Explain that, because when people hear mushrooms, they either think the thing in the little can at Publix, or then they think, oh, no, that's a drug. You don't do it. You stay away from it. So educate not only everybody but us.
Yeah, so mushrooms have a big story history with Chinese medicine, Chinese traditional medicine, and with Chinese traditional medicine, they have thousands of years of research, and they actually prescribe mushrooms for different kind of ailments. So mushrooms have been doing amazing things from mitigating cancer, healing people from cancer, and just really bringing people back neurologically speaking. Because as we get older, what ends up happening is we get neuropathy, and neurologically speaking, that's what we call old age. We can't do what we once did before. Our mind is not really going as how it used to be. But when you're able to neurologically hit the reset by taking mushrooms, then it kind of has these adaptogenic effects that helps you kind of bring your body at balance, whether it's with your gut, whether it's with the mind, whether it's with your lungs, because you have all these different mushrooms that help in those areas. Now, if you're talking about psilocybin, you're talking also about something that's therapeutic, that helps you with anxiety, that helps you with depression, but also helps you, with the powerhouse neurologically as well, too. I know somebody who they use it for therapy, and they've got microdosing, yep. So it
like that helps depression. And some people, I know a couple of my friends who have gotten off of their antibiotics. I mean, under doctor's care,
right?
And then began microdosing and are doing much, much better. You mentioned your neurology. So do mushrooms have an effect on your neurotransmitters?
Yes, it does, because one thing that happens, like with neurogenesis, it can help actually grow new neurons, but then also neuroplasticity. So what it does is it kind of reignites some of the areas where you may not be using it, because when you use a mushroom, it lights your whole brain up like a Christmas tree. And sometimes if you don't use it, you lose it. So there are some kind of areas in your neurological,
to help regenerate.
So it regenerates it, it reconnects it, because if you have a signal going off over here, then they're like, okay, well, your brain's thinking, okay, neurologically, I got to build a road to go there. So it does pretty much what it does for the ground. Like when it comes to mushrooms in the ground, the mycelium, it's like the thing that connects all the different plants, the trees, and they pass nutrients through the ground, through the mycelium network, and it does the same thing inside of your body. It really does a good job of just making sure your neurological body, it comes back.
Let me ask you this. There's so many different mushrooms. I heard you kind of say that. How do you know what's a good, what's a bad, what does this, what does that, and what is good on a steak?
Well,
thank you.
So you have the lion's mane, which is good for your cognitive function. You have the cordyceps, which is good for your lungs. Turkey tail is good for your gut, and reishi is good for your skin, nails, and all overall. But once you kind of start diving into it a little bit, you can kind of get an understanding of what you should take. But truthfully speaking, I would take like the main five. I'll take a lion's mane, I'll take a cordyceps, because you got to think about these systems. Okay, I want something for my brain. I want something for my respiratory health, because respiratory health also with the circulation, right? You want something for that. Okay, you want something for turkey tail, because turkey for your gut. So my guy Jay Glazer, So.
I'm sorry. My best friends on the planet.
You can sit down.
I'm gonna come with you.
Sit down with us real quick.
If it wasn't for training with Rashad, I'd be 6'3".
Jay Glazer's going to sit down, I hope, for a second. Sit down for a second? Okay.
All right.
Funny about Jay Glazer, who was it that I took? Was it you that I took to McDill? There was somebody that I took to McDill, and they were doing a thing, and Jay had a bet with them that anytime they had to do a push-up or something.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I remembered that.
Hey, could you outdo him in push-ups? Who do you think would win? You or Jay?
Me and Jay in push-ups?
Yeah, who would you think come out top?
I mean, I do push-ups quite regularly. So
right.
I mean, but me and Jay is so competitive.
Yeah. We'll have to tell him you said you beat him.
Yeah.
I think I texted him or tweeted him or did something when we were at McDill. I think it was you.
Yeah, it was me.
And they were showing us how to roll the parachute up or something.
Yep, it was
and
me.
the UFC was in town, and he goes, tell him he owes me a push-up from a bet or something.
Yeah, that was our thing. Like, and he would do it in the most inappropriate places. Like, we'll be somewhere eating dinner. He'd be like, hey, Rashad, one. And I'm like, right here. We'll be eating dinner somewhere at a fancy restaurant. He'll make me get down and do one push-up.
But did you ever win a bet where you could do it to him?
Yeah, I have.
And where was the most uncomfortable place you had him do it? That you can speak of live on the radio.
Well, I had him do it in the club one time. I had him do it on the show one time. So I had him do it, and I love to do it. And if he's like with his football buddies, Michael Strahan, I'm like, Jay, get down.
That is awesome. How do people either learn more, and I know you talked about it briefly, but and get into it and purchase it and kind of know?
Purchase it. Like, do you want to eat them whole, or do you want them in a pill? That's another thing too. Do you want to slice them up, and put them on a steak like Randy, or is this something that you want to take a pill with?
As stupid as this sounds, Rashad, the mushrooms that you're talking about are different from the ones we put on the steak. But can you put it on the steak? Or
well, so you can. So there's lion's mane. Lion's mane is one of the best tasting mushrooms out there.
Lion's mane.
Yeah, lion's mane. It's really good.
Lion's mane. Okay.
You can make that taste like anything. You can make it taste like. Yeah, people make a lot of good dishes with lion's mane. But, I would take it in capsule forms. You have ones like cordyceps, and you have one like turkey tail. You can eat those, but
because it's purer, maybe.
And you don't.
There's no hormones on it or anything that they put
right,
to grow it.
And you just put it right into your body. So I mean, mushrooms are pretty much grown cleanly. Like they don't really put a lot of chemicals, so because they're so sensitive, right? If you put things on them, then they won't grow the way they can. But if you want to learn more about mushrooms, go to getumbo.com, and you can go to our website, and you'll learn a lot more.
Can you spell that? Getumbo.com?
Yeah, getumbo.com.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for doing that, because I would have spelled it wrong. Loving life. Looks like you're loving life. You look great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do you miss the days, the UFC days,
I miss
middleweight champ?
The adrenaline.
I miss it, but
There's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, and I'm glad I'm on this side of it. I really am, because everything has a cycle. Everything has its time, and I had my time in the sun as far as that's concerned, and it only helped me get ready for the next stage. I feel like when we try to hold on to things too tight and we're not willing to let go, that's where the real pain happens in life. And it's okay that it passed, right? It's okay because
fighting's not your identity. You're who you are, right? It's just another piece of the puzzle.
Absolutely, and it took a while for me to get there. It took a while for me when I first left fighting, and what led me to mushrooms was me having that identity crisis, me having that what's next, what's life, what was the point of all this?
What's the purpose? Yeah,
what was the purpose? So, when I really reevaluated myself and reevaluated life, life started to turn around for me.
And how did you get to that? Because a lot of people go through what you're talking about, especially people in the sports world, and also not in the sports world, just in different jobs. The job is a big part of their life. So how do you navigate that transition? How did you figure it out?
I had to face myself. I had to face myself, and I had to really be honest with myself with what I was going through, because there was a bit of shame in me feeling like I needed it. And I didn't want to feel like I needed it, because I felt like that was making me feel weak, and it made me feel as if I got into it for the wrong thing. And being honest about where I was emotionally, this is how I'm feeling, but also appreciating for what it was, and being able to appreciate it for what it was, and be like, I can let it go because I appreciate it for what it was. It wasn't the storybook ending that I envisioned for myself, but I got a chance to do something cool, and I got a chance to be a part of something that
gratitude.
Yes, being grateful.
Final question: who wins on Sunday?
Reluctantly speaking, I think Kansas City's going to win. They beat my team, the Buffalo Bills, which was devastating. It was heartbreaking. As a Buffalo Bill fan, it killed me. But
I'm getting a lot of the looks, so obviously we went over. I love that you stopped by. I love you, dude.
Thank you.
Rashad Evans, former champ. Let's hit a quick break. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much. We'll take a quick photo session. Yes. 1 second. Oh, absolutely. Make sure nobody's passes over. Hold on. Cut it out.
Flip it out. Yeah, your pass.
Thank you. Stay in touch. I want to learn more.
Our passes.
Shoot me a text. I'll send you some stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll send you some stuff.
That was a great interview.
I'll try. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Real pleasure.
for the ladies. I need some of Kelly, who's coming on? Okay, well, I'm saying, so we got to.
They asked.
Both of them? Both of them are coming on? Who's the other one? Well, I mean, do you have a. Okay.
How are you? Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I am great. And yourself?
Good, I'm very good.
How are you, sir?
Seeing you again. Good seeing you again.
I'll get you some. You heard the commercial? That's my daughter. My daughter doing that commercial.
That's amazing.
That's cool. We got my daughter. I'm seeing when we're coming back. Okay, no, so we're coming back after this, so I'll tell this live on the air.
Is that your ship right there?
Yeah.
933?
Yep, USS Barry.
I love it. Yeah. DD.
933.
I was
That
on
was
the old
home.
OHP.
It's kind of cool that it looks old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just like Randy.
Boom.
All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row, and I've been outnumbered. The rest of the team, he's a turncoat. You know, he was Navy and then went Army. The other two are from the circus as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming and supporting. Let's talk.
Any way we can support.
Absolutely. So I was telling you a quick story about my daughter because she did the Bucked Up commercial. So we were at Hooters one day, and I'm watching
What's
the
that?
server. It's a golf course. It's a golf course. It's a golf course. So later, my daughter tells me that I'm giving it away, and I really don't want to. My daughter's working at Hooters, so I know the owner at Drosty. He started Hooters, got her a job, when she was in college. So she later tells me that she had these 4 guys, and they were like, "I bet you I know you." She's like, "What do you mean?" "Well, your dad doesn't like that you work here. Your dad this, your dad that," because most people, right?
Yeah.
My daughter goes, cocky, she's my mini me, trains MMA, all that stuff. She goes, "Well, let me fill you in, dude. Not only did my dad get me this job, he's sitting right there."
I love it. Joke's on you.
Yeah, exactly. She couldn't get a date in college because she trained MMA.
Yeah.
I love it. So I tell all males and females, train your daughter MMA, and everything is good. So what is going on, gentlemen?
Yeah, we're here, wearing these sexy uniforms, telling a good story about what we do, and what opportunities lie for you if you don't know what you want out of life. So we're here spreading the good word, and hopefully, being on your platform, we can, probably get some contracts signed.
Absolutely. You know what's crazy is I had a guy. When I went in the late 70s, there was the E5. I was, new to the ship, and unfortunately, that's the way it is. The E5 thinks he's this, and he's trying to beat down the young kid who didn't know the young kid couldn't give 2 craps about what you're trying to do to me. I'm here to do my job, right? So he reached out to me recently, and I want to make him amends. I go, amends for what? I mean, it's learning, it's growing up, it's taking orders
because of you.
Yeah,
you made me better.
For sure. I love my time that I did, but I love it more trying to remember my time from back then. If that makes sense.
Sounds like Naval Academy.
Yeah, exactly. Like when I graduated, I didn't want to turn back. Like I wanted to be far away from that place. But then I realized everything that I learned was for a reason. And it all served a purpose. And then so I looked back and I was like, man, I wish I would have paid more attention and had more of an open mind to the things that they were trying to teach me.
Luckily, the smart A that I am now, because I don't want to say the 3-letter word that could get me in trouble, I didn't show it back then. Because like when I was at boot camp, I was laughing inside. I was too smart to laugh outside, when they're trying or whatever. I'm like, it's all how strong you are.
Exactly.
You take it, you move on, and it was the second best decision I ever made going in the military.
Yeah, absolutely. First was me and your wife.
Absolutely.
You better believe it.
Which I met while I was in the military.
Oh, there you go.
And Do really?
And it goes full circle. I met my wife in the military, and she was working at Hooters. So we bring it all together.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'll tell
Waterside,
Dorothy
Norfolk,
that.
Virginia. Absolutely.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah. I
I didn't know if you wanted to try to, bring us now that we're outnumbered. and
I'm
outranked.
Army, guys. Okay, so
That's okay.
I'm a
It's all right.
that's okay.
It's okay.
That's like Randy.
I mean, you guys had a rough year. I mean, like record-wise, you guys were okay.
Yeah.
You guys, top 25, but you guys got smashed by Navy.
Yeah, we did.
Have you guys gone to the game?
Yes,
Have
he
you
was just
been
at
to a
the
game?
most recent one.
Oh yeah.
It was a bucket list. I went, not the most recent one, last year. It's one of the coolest
You
things.
went to New England?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I went-
Foxborough?
It's. I think that unfortunately they can't, but I think every American should be regulated to attend one of those.
Absolutely.
So I went. I mean, again, I played all 4 years, and I never really was there as a spectator. But my first year as a spectator, I was like, "This is what I've been missing out on."
Yeah.
Like this is unbelievable. I mean, it's just wild and crazy. All the shenanigans that are happening. Just all of the pageantry that's going on, and it is a ton. So if you are just a casual, that you just kind of casually like sports, go to the Army Navy game and it'll change your mind, and you're going to be locked in, and you're going to be like, forever grateful for that experience.
I was going to ask y'all, do you think that we should have a mandatory program, kind of like Israel does, where you serve a male and female, where you serve for a couple of years? Do you think that would ever go over in the United States?
It would make our jobs easier.
Yeah, for sure.
It would make our jobs a lot easier.
Actually, I wouldn't even have a job.
Have a job. You'd be doing something else. Yeah.
I told Leslie the story, and she's laughing unbelievably. So how I went in the Navy is I got a phone call, and they said,
Oh, gosh, this
your
is
billet
crazy.
came in. So I don't know. She thinks it's whatever.
You guys, it's a cold call.
It was a cold
The
call.
phone rang and he just picked it up. It's like old school.
That's what we need to
telephone.
do.
No, we cold called it right now. I just got off the phone with telling the guys in Oklahoma, hey, you get your 50 cold calls in today. It works.
It
absolutely works.
Obviously, it works. So I get the call, and they said, your billet came in. And I go, what's a billet? And he's like, oh, they're very limited. Your air traffic controller, it's open. You better get down here. Now, this is where it got really bad.
Yeah.
But I'm so stupid back then. I still am. I had a little disagreement with my dad the night before, and, whatever. Nothing serious.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, it was perfect timing.
Serendipitous.
So I
I'm
go-
getting out of the house, Dad.
So I go down there, and they said, well, unfortunately, you didn't get here quick enough, and the billet got filled. I go, again, what's the billet?
Sleazy.
Yeah.
Sleazy.
Oh, man.
Totally
Do we do those practices now?
Are we still on air?
So they go, well, we've got something similar. And I go, well, what's similar? And this is the only regret, but really it isn't a regret. They said is an OS, an operations specialist. It's basically the same thing.
As an air traffic controller.
And I said, and
Kind of the same.
well, in a way, it kind of is. I don't track planes. I track ships
But you
and
wouldn't
subs.
be able to translate when you got out
And
into the
that's-
civilian world.
That's my biggest regret. The
Well, you
last
could be
time-
an AIC as an OS.
Small
Well, it's
Maybe
like
then.
helos,
yeah,
right?
Maybe then, not now. But that my only regret is the last time I saw a sub go down a main road, in America is never. Right? But
right,
if
exactly.
I don't believe in karma. I don't believe in things happen for a reason, all that kind of stuff. But I met my wife in Boston on the USS Barry as an OS. So
There
I'm
you go.
glad I got the cold call
Yeah.
because I'm a loser now. Imagine what I'd be if I didn't have her.
So good thing for the Navy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we love our Navy.
I
Do you
owe the
guys-
Navy everything.
Do you guys do that? You just pick up the phone? Because back then they just used a phone book. And I mean, it's random, though. Do you have leads and then you
So-
call?
so
This was completely random.
We do. And by the end, or I guess I can go ahead and jump to one of the leads now, right? So Navy.com, amazing resource for everything.
Okay.
Whether it's a parent or a pastor or a principal or a 17, 18-year-old hearing this right now, they can log on to Navy.com. And the moment they get there and they fill out that first thing, that's a lead generator, right?
See, you've got a lead.
They put their zip code in, and now we know whether it's coming to me in Dallas or it's coming down here to New Orleans.
This guy just
Yep.
picked up the
I'm pretty
white-
sure I didn't fill one of
Yeah,
those
I
out.
don't know. That might have been illegal. I don't know how they got your number.
They were white pages. The 1970s,
That's true,
they
they
opened
did.
up the white pages, and they just hoped this guy was, this age or whatever. And he's like, "Hello," and they're like, "All right, that sounds young."
I looked at
in
my
the
sister
house,
wrong, and I want to get the hell out of the house, and I answered the phone or something.
I've
I
never heard of that, and the crazy part about that is we're actually doing
We
that
do.
now.
We do.
That's
We got a process called Easy Text where we can send a mass text to anybody that we ever had a lead for.
Oh, wow.
And it just simply says, hey, are you ready to change your life? And then kids these days, they text back, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Next question, all right, what about the Navy?
You know, with you saying that, you know, back then or even now, you think, come on, how is it going to change? It's going to give me a job for 4 years or 6 years or 20 years, whatever. Let's say the 4 years, I did 6. How's it going to change my life? It did. It totally did. Now, would my life be the same? No. Would it be similar? Who knows? But it did change my life.
It did.
What's amazing about that, like if you just decide to serve 5 years, 6 years, whatever, it's going to be a life-changing experience. And oh, by the way, you're going to get benefits from that. Like, I don't know if you got the GI Bill, if they're able to pay for your school.
I haven't, but again, I'm an idiot. I don't use it.
It's so much better now.
I'm not going to college.
It's fantastic now. Yeah.
And then just the leadership opportunities within that 5 year. You got to grind, right? You got to roll up your sleeves. You're probably going to do some, pretty tough jobs.
A little bit of paint chipping.
Yeah, a
maybe.
little paint chipping, probably some bilge cleaning. But it just makes you stronger, right? And then you come away with an appreciation, and you can always say that you served your nation.
Oh, yeah.
Like, not a lot of people can say that.
No,
So
for
just
sure.
having that experience and then being able to, have benefits on the back end, call yourself a Navy veteran, that itself is worth it.
No, for sure. You know, my most prized possession over my family is my DD-214.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, people don't understand, what that means, the accomplishment. A lot of people, some people go in the military, they don't get DD-214s.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, there's other things good and not so good.
Yeah.
That DD-214 means the most to me.
Hanging on your wall.
It does.
Yep.
I have my dads, I have my grandparents, or
amazing.
grandfather,
Yeah.
my uncles. Shellbacks. Are you guys?
Yeah, I am.
Come on.
Yeah.
Surface warfare officers.
Okay,
of course.
well,
Not just some-
I'm throwing to these Army people that have no idea.
I didn't know what a shellback. What he had to explain it for those of you who don't know what a shellback is out there. Apparently, it's a sailor who will cross the equator.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
There's more to it.
It's the sailor that goes through the initiation of crossing
Yeah,
the
you can't
equator.
just, you got to do some fun
okay.
stuff along
All
the
right.
way.
Yeah, because there's some people that are like, no, I'm not doing it, or if
like
they're on
earning your
watch or
wings.
something.
It
No,
is.
Well,
it's-
yeah, you have to go through the ceremony that, like, it's a rite of passage, and someone has to grant you permission.
Yes.
There's no rite of passage in the Army that I can think of. That you're still in the Army.
You guys don't have as many traditions as we
Right.
do.
That's
That's
what
what makes us so
cool.
special.
the Army will
Or
take
big.
anybody. So,
Wait a minute. You have to have
it.
at least a 30 on the ASVAB. What do you mean anybody?
You need to spell a name. It doesn't even have to be your name. So, how is recruiting going? How is our Navy?
So recruiting is amazing. Again, I'm the executive officer of the recruiting district in Dallas, and we also have all of Oklahoma. I would say since last April, we have made goal every single month. Our recruiters are loving the job. We have upper leadership, our 2-star admirals there, came in, flipped it around, made a lot of the medical roadblocks a little easier, and just gave us the mentality that we needed, which is, hey, we're here to be winners. We know our Navy needs war fighters, and it's our job to find those war fighters and put them in the Navy. And I think a lot of our young sailors bought into that, and it's just been it's been amazing.
What's it like today? I know what it was when I was in the late 70s, early 80s. When our military, whether it's even Army or Coast Guard or any of them, when we go to another country, we're in port, we're in Liberty walking around. Are we still getting that kind of respect that we deserve and that we should get, not only in this country but in others?
Absolutely, I think so. Like, they want our money, they want our economy, so they treat us like kings and queens. But yeah, we are still the most respected, the premier Navy in the world, and they know that. So wherever we go, they treat us pretty special.
How many people are in the Navy? How many sailors? How many do you have?
400,000, I think.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's
so
where
it's
we're
about
at.
half of the Army. We're just kind of looking at Marines is about 200, a little less than 200,000, so it's about 500,000. Interesting. What's our Coast Guard? Do you guys know? Out of curiosity, it's got to be our smallest force.
I would say so. Yeah, I would say less
And they
than
don't fall under
100,000.
DOD as well, too. So I mean, they got
Department of Transportation. Yeah.
It's even less now that Congress passed that new law.
What new law is that?
Well, they passed a new law. I think it was about 6 months ago that you now have to be 6 feet or taller to be in the Coast Guard. You know that, right?
I didn't know that.
You have to.
I would have got kicked out.
Well, you have to be 6
Are
feet.
you serious?
Yeah, you have to be 6 feet or taller. That way, you can walk back to shore if the ship sinks.
Oh, I no way. I knew that was coming. God.
I said it to an MMA fighter. He goes, "Wait a second, my brother's in the Coast Guard." I go, "What was he, over 6 feet?" And hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, I love it. That's so great.
And civilians don't understand that we do that. That we can clown around, and it's kind of like the family. Like, I'm going to rip the Coast Guard, but if a Coast Guard dude's in a problem, I'm there for the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
It'll hurt me to do it, but at least I'll go do it.
Like I can
That was
call
still
the
a joke,
Navy
too.
a taxi service to the Marines, but at the end of the day, I still appreciate the Navy very much.
Yeah, and again, which flavor crayon do the Marines like the best? I mean, it's always like that banter back and forth.
But they don't
it
know.
exists.
That's the problem.
They don't know because they can't choose, right? They like them all.
They eat them all.
Are you guys going to the game? Are you here all week on Radio Row?
Just
What's the
Radio
story?
Row.
Just Radio
Yeah.
Row.
I have another opportunity to spread awareness over the weekend, and unfortunately we can't make the game.
How can we at the network, how can we help? How can we help you guys? Can we get you on more often? This is something we can do on our YouTube channel. Tell us.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say absolutely. It's and I relate it back to a lot. Is the younger men and women out there now just don't have the grandparents and the great grandparents who have served in the wars, who are talking to them, breathing life into the Navy these days. So any sort of just social media aspect, any sort of anything, directing them to Navy.com, directing them to hashtag America's Navy, just those different things where they can see on a daily basis what the Navy does across the world. This is amazing, and it's unfortunate that a lot of people don't see it. They don't get the experience until they hear it or until somebody brief lights into it.
Travel the world.
So anything that you can do to just speak about the Navy, just understand, just point them to Navy.com and they'll see UUVs and USVs floating around. They're like, I can do that in the Navy? And they just don't know.
Yeah, and just your audience, with Knockout, we need warriors. But a lot of people want to do that kinetic action stuff, SEAL teams, EOD, SWIC. They all want some of that action, but we need all the other ones too. We need, gamers. We need esports people. We need people that are, kind of the nerdy, kind of fix it, computer things, because we have a huge force that's technically advanced, and we need all sorts of people, whether it's the cerebral type or if it's the kinetic action physical folks. We need everybody in order to make our Navy strong.
I'm going to end it with this. Year in and year out, it's the Navy-Army game. It's not the other way around. It's always the Navy-Army game.
Whatever.
With that, let's go hit a break. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I love it. Thank you.
Well, coming to you live from Radio Row, this is Knockout Radio.
Oh, man, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was looking at all of them, and I wish the Navy and the Air Force did this. I'm really interested in the Air Force, but I ended up joining the Army because they guaranteed my job. They guaranteed my specific job. When you join the Army, I wanted to be a broadcast reporter, which is 46 Romeo, AFM.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Navy guys that go into AFM.
I work at DMA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we trained at Fort Meade.
Yeah, and that's right.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's so awesome. Okay, so and there were seamen in there and stuff, but
Sailors.
but we were talking back then. And so I was in the 90s, but that was because they don't guarantee your specific job.
Yeah.
And that's what
we need to do better. Well, now what the Navy does is at least you get that job before you go to boot camp. Yeah. That is what we have, and everybody else doesn't. You're coming in the middle, or?
But you get the area, not the exact job, right?
Well, you get your exact job.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank you guys. I want to give you my
Thank you very much.
I'll give you a card if you want.
Yes, please, and I can get you one. I can mail it out.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you. I love it. Thank you.
And this, I have two different ones just
That
for
cool?
you.
He does that. He makes specific ones for military and then civilians.
That's the civilian one. So military gets a different color, so it's
that's cool.
And the Thunderbirds almost got in a fight over it because they both were pilot 3. Well, they're numbered too. So I sent them 3.
Yeah,
I'm going up in the plane on Friday.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
On the Ospreys.
No, I'm going up in the Thunderbird. I don't know what I'm going up.
It's an Osprey. You're talking about for the flyover?
That'll make me feel better if it's not a jet.
It should be the BT.
Everything is right. It's beat up a little bit. That's my card.
Oh no, thank you very much.
If I can do anything.
I was a fighter too back in the day. I got 2 amateur fights. MMA fights.
Really?
I'm a black belt judo and
Do we have anybody coming on now? Or are we good? How are you? Can we do one more segment with them? Is that cool?
Let me look at my schedule, see what we got.
Or if you have time. Do they have time?
I don't think we have time.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. So, like all the Marines, when they do the map, right? So I was in the all Army fight club, whatever it's called. So I represent the Navy in the fighting.
And you won.
I took third. I lost a big Samoan dude, and it was some but
Yeah, I got a 240. So if we're going to do this,
Let me get you back on.
227.
well, I had it originally at 215.
No, we're good. They have to go.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll connect with you about buddy Jacobs. Miracle Man. Daniels. So two-time middleweight champion.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can I mic you up?
Huh?
Can I mic you up?
Yeah, sure.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
Did you get the sheet from what
Randy.
we're talking about? Roman Gabriel Jr.
All right, we are back coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio. Things are moving and shaking and doing all sorts of cool stuff, so I'm finding out what's going on over here. What's going on down there? Talking to you.
Down. Yeah, it helps to have the mic on. Thanks, Randy. Pretty good, man. It's always great talking to military. I gotta say, it's always a wonderful thing. We got our next guest coming in right now, right at this very minute, and of course it's been hopping all day, hasn't it? We just saw Jake Glazer a little bit earlier, came by, said hello at the table, and it's really picked up here on Radio Row.
It's ironic with the Eagles playing on Sunday.
Yeah.
So our next guest, Roman Gabriel Jr. How are you, sir?
Great to be here. I love it. Knockout. That's awesome.
Knockout Radio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Longest running UFC show. Blah 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 blah.
I love it.
Are you a UFC guy?
Oh, I love it. Love watching UFC. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Have you been to a fight? Do you,
You know
want to go
what?
to fights?
I would love to go to one.
Okay. Well, we will.
I live in a place where they don't come. I'm in Outer Banks in North Carolina, so we're kind of out of the way.
Well, they've been to Charlotte.
Okay.
You know, I don't know how far.
Raleigh, Charlotte, Norfolk, Washington. Yeah.
They've been to Norfolk. They've been to Washington.
Yeah, I
Baltimore,
love to do it.
Jacksonville.
Sounds good.
You know, so it's all up the East Coast.
So
We're
you're a
based out of
military
Tampa.
veteran, I see.
We all are. My
We
whole
all
team
are.
is.
Awesome.
Well, hold on a second.
I'm the more important one.
Well, here's the thing. They think they're veterans because they were Army. You know, I mean, I'm Navy, so it takes 3 Army, you know, to equal.
Well, I just want to tell you guys how much I appreciate your service. You know, my dad was really big about that. He loved the military. He loved law enforcement. I work with some people at the DEA. We've worked with the Southern Border. We work with a lot of people in law enforcement through our fentanyl education program, and also have had the privilege to teach and work at Camp Lejeune with the new recruits at Camp Lejeune. So
that's great.
So I know all about, you know, the respect of the military and love the opportunity to serve. So you guys are awesome for what you did for our country. So thank you.
We're all very proud veterans, that's for sure. I mean, it's the most important thing I did. You know, I met my wife in the military, so.
Well, that's good. You better say that over the service part.
He does. He's
oh, no,
very
there
good.
you go. No, I mean, 100%. I've said, and I just said it to the 2 officers that left, that going in the military, the Navy, was the second best decision I ever made. And the first was my wife marrying me. Typically, I say me marrying my wife, but, you know, she's the one that took the leap. What is going on in your life? What is up?
Well, we're on Radio Row this week. This is my 29th year at the Super Bowl, and our foundation, the Sold Out Youth Foundation, is working closely with government agencies and public schools to put out what we call hashtag tackling fentanyl. Hashtag saving lives. It's an online public school program for K through 12. Educates all parents, administration, staff, law enforcement around the school, SRO officers, school nurses. And then we have a student program that's proactive, whether that's through health class, elective class, or homeroom. So basically we're going community by community with a grassroots education program to hopefully put out this fire that is the #1 crisis we face in our country, which is over 114,000 who died last year from opioid fentanyl poisoning. Plane load of people are dying a day, and in the last 5 years, over 500,000, which is more, you guys ought to understand this, more than all the American soldiers that died in World War II. So that's what kind of...
wow, when you put it in that perspective, it really stands out.
That's what we're looking at in the face, and what our goal is a national fentanyl awareness campaign and you can follow us at Roman Gabriel 3 on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Come on board, get a part of the team, hashtag tackling fentanyl, hashtag saving lives, and we want to give you free tools and resources today through this program, through what you're doing at Knockout Radio. Go to soldouttv.com. All you have to do is click on fentanyl education. Through your phone, you can send that out to at least one friend, family member, or coworker to make sure that we get that life-saving information out so you as parents can be educated to help your children to make good decisions.
And that's the key. And when you said it, you've now said it 2 or 3 times, parents.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just going to the youth that needs to learn this, but we need to educate the parents because, you know, I'm a big thing on, you know, when people say role model and this, that, if your parent's not the role model and getting involved, like my children don't consider athletes and celebrities their role model.
Right.
You know, good or bad, they think my wife and I are their role model.
Well, it should be that way.
And it should be, and I love
But unfortunately,
that.
it's not, because a lot of kids have broken homes.
Right.
A lot of kids have foster parents.
Sure.
A lot of kids don't have parents, and their school, their teacher, their coach is that parental figure in their life. So that's why our first priority is to educate all parents and staff administration. If all the adults are on the same page that are talking to the students, then we can have a conversation based on facts.
Money-wise, who is funding this? How do we help? How does the government help?
We qualify for fentanyl government and private grants. We qualify and work with corporations that get involved with us from a charitable standpoint. We're a nonprofit 501c3 private, so we can change the program on the fly. That's why it's so successful, because it's an online program that's accessible through your devices. One of the big problems with fentanyl is stigma, misinformation, and politicization. And we overcome that problem because now in the privacy of your own home or in your office, you can educate yourself without feeling like you have to know everything or to talk to someone that's a stranger, and then you can pass that on to your loved ones without it being a big deal. And that's the way that we get around, which is the major problem with this information campaign. Is there are so many misinformation campaigns, so much politicization of this. Guys, this is like the military. This isn't political. This isn't a red and blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. This is a health crisis.
It's a life issue.
Right.
It's an American issue.
Exactly.
Game on Sunday. Thoughts on the game?
You know what? My dad played for the Eagles, so I'm kind of pulling for the Eagles, obviously. But I also am appreciative of Patrick Mahomes. Guys like Patrick and Tom Brady and Dr. Oz and Lisa Leslie are some of the role models that speak into our life skills program on our website. I've known Patrick since he came out of college, and he's been so generous in speaking to our kids. So obviously, if he wins the third one, I'll be happy for him. But I think it's going to be a really great game, very close game with 2 great defenses and a lot of offensive firepower. So they know each other really well. But when it comes to the NFL, it's all about the quarterback position. So whoever executes when it's the game's on the line, and both these guys are pretty good at doing that and can cut down on the turnovers, that's usually who wins these games.
You know, I've been saying all week, and when we talk fights as well, if I can't pick who I think is going to win, not who's going to win, because obviously I don't know, I can't pick who I think is going to win this game on Sunday. It could be either one. I don't know.
Well, you have 2 unstoppable forces. The Eagles are playing the best that they've played in the playoffs, and Saquon Barkley has been a life-changing change maker for them. They're really hard to stop. The Chiefs, on the other hand, do what great veteran teams do. They find a way to win. They've won 17 straight one-score games, which is insane in the NFL. So they know how to win close games. They're well coached. They're great situationally. And that's the same thing with boxing. It's all about situational boxing when it counts, right?
Right.
When it's tied going in the 15th round, do you have something you haven't shown? And against Buffalo, their offensive coordinator, Spagnuolo, showed a look that Buffalo had never seen on the biggest play of the game, and they weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
So strategy is a big part of this with the coordinators. You have some of the best coaches on both teams that are going to be playing a chess game. And when you know each other and you have 2 weeks to prepare, everybody's going to be pretty much ready. It's just going to be who can execute when it counts.
I think we're going to have an aggressive game.
Yes, it's going to be a great game. I think everybody's going to love it. It's going to be, I see it being in the early to mid-20s, because it's tough to drive a long field when both these teams are really good on defense. But offensively, it's who can get the short field, who can make the turnover count. And one thing about Patrick or any other quarterback, and I played quarterback, my dad played quarterback, you're going to make a poor throw. But can you on defense turn that around into an interception where you take one of those possessions away?
Right.
Possessions are everything in football, just like war. where strategy and where do you have the upper hand on just one little thing that can make the difference. So this game's going to come down to the little things, and I really think it's going to come down to, again, like the last time they played, who has the ball last.
Roman Gabriel, one more time, how can people get information? Let's save some lives.
SoldOutTV.com. Go to the top of the page, click on Fentanyl Education. On your phone, you'll be able to click copy, paste to your text, paste to your social networking, and send it out to everybody you know so that you can be part of the solution. We love you guys. Hashtag tackling fentanyl Super Bowl week, right? That makes sense. Hashtag saving lives.
Can we put a link on our site too?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
You just go to the site and you put it on the link, and that way you guys can be part of our team of getting this information out to everybody. And military bases, guys, I've served military bases obviously because of what happens in war and what happens with being in the military and how hard that is on families. Drug and alcohol and mental wellness is a big deal. They all have huge mental wellness and alcohol drug prevention programs on base. So it's a serious problem. So we want to help the military too. We want to make sure that all your military veterans as well as active members have this available to them. So
awesome. Good stuff. Roman Gabriel doing good things as always. Let's go hit a quick break. Coming to you live from Radio Row. This is Knockout Radio.
Awesome, guys. Thank you. Let's get a pic real quick on our way. I love the knockout thing, guys. And if you do have, let me know. I'll give you my card. If you have fights coming near us, yeah, I'd love to see one. And if you go to soldouttv.com, click on the fentanyl link, you can just take that link and post it, or just post that.
Okay. Today.
Oh, I didn't.
Tired.
It was a pleasure.
All right, I got to put this on for this picture.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
The Super Bowl. Oh, that's you guys.
There you go.
Very
I
nice.
almost need coffee in it.
Oh, look at that. I love it.
That's awesome.
We got to do this for our sold out thing.
So
Can you order these custom for your company? That's awesome.
Where does one even get those ones?
Yeah, we got to do this. We'll put sold out, baby. Tackling fentanyl on that, baby.
So good. That's hysterical.
You guys are great. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us.
Very smart.
One more.
Did you get it? Looking.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Appreciate you. You bet. That is awesome.
Nogginboss.com.
Have a good day. Pleasure.
I gotta take a picture. This is the funniest, most creative thing I've ever seen. Okay, to the left, and let them know you're coming. Here's your drink.
You got a phone?
Oh, that's right. You mic'd me up. Oh, man, I totally forgot.
We're back.
Look at you. I told him you have to do
Thank you much.
All right, we're back coming to you live from Radio Row. I don't even know what time it is. I think we're coming close to the end of day number 2. I keep getting confused on Eastern, Central, Northern, Southern, whatever time it is. So I think we're on till 4 Eastern, which would be 3 wherever we are in Louisiana.
That's correct, Randy, and that would be 20 more minutes.
20 more
of
minutes.
Golden Radio
And
right
then,
here.
And then I send that email out to go up on the big bird.
So, Randy,
Well, I guess it's not the big bird. I think I was just told they're helicopters I'm going to go on. Am I going up on I believe I'm going up on a helicopter.
Oh, are you going up on a they're doing a helicopter flyover?
I think so.
Oh, well, Randy.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
gonna
no,
be
yeah.
easy. I mean, that's easy peasy.
Yeah, I'm not
it's
even-
comfortable. You can just chill back, go to sleep up there.
I'm going to get the flight attendant to get me, a Diet Coke. So things are going to be cool when I go up in the helo.
You and your Diet Cokes.
Did you notice I brought a case of Diet Cokes to Louisiana?
No, I didn't, but I noticed you have plenty of our bucked up energy,
Yep.
breezy blasts everywhere.
Yep.
And these things that actually don't have any sugar in them. And, I saw Warren Sapp was checking these out earlier.
We're going to get a case for Warren Sapp.
Yeah, he was checking them out. So kind of exciting. It's been pretty good so far, last couple of days.
So far, do you got any more of those question things?
Oh, yeah, I got some fun ones for you. We were talking about just giving you kind of some weird things that have happened and unusual facts about the Super Bowl. I'm going to pull it up again just because, for whatever reason. The internet has been touch and go. It's a little bit better today, but we've been having a lot of internet problems.
You would think a multi-billion-dollar company, but it's really not the NFL. It's the convention center.
Yeah.
You know, so the NFL, you know, rents the building and then the building takes care of the rest, and that's why the charges of what it was for the internet is a little on the brutal side.
Okay. All right. Well,
Did I say that publicly?
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I think you just did. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll say yes.
Okay.
Well, let's debunk some Super Bowl myths.
Some
What do you
Super
think
Bowl
about that? Some
bets.
Super Bowl myths, facts versus fiction in today's fake news that can sometimes pop up. Let's debunk some of these Super Bowl myths. Okay. Here's one to start to kick things off. Halftime bathroom breaks overwhelm sewage systems. Overwhelm sewage systems. It's a well-known myth that's circulating during Super Bowl time. It's the idea that the mass bathroom breaks during halftime it will overwhelm the sewage systems across the country. And you know, this claim.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
pretty crazy. It's really funny to think about it, but I think we would have heard more about it. This claim's been widely spread, including, you know, many news stations and so forth. So according to reports, although there is a slight increase in water usage during halftime, it does not result in any significant pressure on the sewage system. So there you have it, debunked right there. Another one, true or not true here.
True.
Super Bowl is the most watched sporting event globally.
No.
No, I know.
Not even close.
No, me and you both know what it is.
Yeah, it's soccer.
Yeah, it's going to be soccer.
Yeah, World
hands
Cup.
down. Yeah, the real football, right?
Yeah.
The real football.
The global football.
And the global football. Yeah, the football where they actually use their feet most of the time.
Well,
you
that's
know?
why the biggest fan of Knockout Radio, Shane Grossman, who has not one but two Knockout Radio logos tattooed on his body, he calls it like handball. He won't even call it football. How can it be football when you use your hands?
Well, you know, the feet is sometimes used. The feet is the foot.
That's
yeah, a little
Team
bit.
Grammatica.
A little bit, yeah, in football, I would say. All right, so the Super Bowl undoubtedly one of the most watched events in the United States. We know that, but it doesn't claim the title, and of course that would be the FIFA World Cup final. And also, what do you think else beats it on a global scale?
Tata.
No, we're talking sporting events. And it's not Tata, it's Tay-Tay. You're going to
why I
get
did it.
Swifties all upset with you.
And I'm not one that wants to get Swifties upset.
Nobody.
Swifties up.
Nobody wants to get Swifties upset.
Well, we
okay?
know the things that Swifties can do.
Yeah, they have power. They actually have power.
They certainly do. What would be second? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, also, it's the FIFA World Cup final.
Are we talking global?
Final, global. What else? Come on, this is a given. You're just not thinking of it. Global. What affects all global countries? What sporting event besides soccer?
World War III?
Sporting events.
Oh, well, that's good. You know, there's
No
winners and losers.
one's going to be watching World War III because all of the televisions and everything's going to be
I don't know what.
annihilated from nuclear bombs if there's a World War III.
So what else is up there with the World Cup final?
The Olympics.
The Olympics.
Yeah, that was a given. Okay.
That's a given.
Yeah, okay. All right. Now, so Super Bowl Sunday, biggest day for food consumption in the United States.
True. Really?
No.
What is
Super Bowl Sunday is renowned for its massive food consumption indeed, but contrary to popular belief, Randy, it does not hold the crown as the biggest food day in the U.S., according to Bullivip.com. That would be the Pilgrim Day.
Really? Thanksgiving. Okay.
Thanksgiving. That makes sense.
All right, very
I'm
good.
sure it's probably second. Super Bowl Sunday,
Yeah, it's gotta
it
be
does
close.
claim second place.
Yeah.
Like millions of snacks, wings, pizza, everything else. I would guess, though, that it is the biggest, order day. I'm going to say it's the biggest ordered day. Because at Thanksgiving, you fix the food yourself. You
order out? Like DoorDash and stuff?
Oh, pizza.
No.
Dude. Oh.
No, I'm going to say no because, you have the cookouts, you have the parties and stuff. So you're not DoorDashing, you're not delivering. You're doing the grill, you're doing
What other day is going, look at it this way, what other day is going to beat that?
For delivery.
For deliveries.
Christmas.
Randy, everybody is closed on Christmas.
Well, no, Chinese restaurants.
Okay, so you have a couple of Chinese restaurants
that deliver.
That might deliver, and that's going to beat out the mass quantity
are you
of people
saying that
in the
it is?
United States are going to
I am shocked. Is it yes?
What I'm going to say is
the answer yes?
The answer is not on here. It's my personal thing, okay?
Oh.
This is me, okay? I'm just saying, because we're on this topic, my guess is that it would be
My guess is it's not.
Is it? Okay, all right. We're moving on. We need to call them and let them know
We
they
will.
can put this on here.
Or we need to get Lewis Murphy back because this is another debate, counter
It is a
debate.
That was good. Those guys were good. All right.
And I got a new co-host. I'm so pumped about it. You're now with Lewis, so you'll be going down to South St. Pete. And
Just because he agreed with you, Randy, you don't want that. You want somebody who disagrees with you like me because it's natural. I naturally disagree with you. Makes for more interesting conversation.
but you disagree before I even give my comment.
That's the point. I know you're going to be wrong. All right, here's another one. The Super Bowl hangover affects the losing teams next season.
Affects.
You know, it's a myth. Like, oh, the Super Bowl. Well, I just gave it away. It's a myth. The Super Bowl hangover. It's like it's gonna affect this. Yeah. Well, a commonly held belief is that the losing team in the Super Bowl will suffer a Super Bowl hangover, leading to poor performance in the following season.
Ask the Buffalo Bills.
Ask the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' first Super Bowl. We were horrendous after we won the Super Bowl. We didn't even look like the same team, and yet it really was the same team.
Well, we lost some people.
Yeah, but
there is a slight changeover.
We had our main guy, and we had our main D. Our D stayed. Burger stayed. Sapp stayed. Lynch was still there.
Ask the Buffalo Bills. Ask the Buffalo Bills. Because they came back to lose 3 more times after they lost the first time. So the hangover wasn't there.
And then 4 more years of hangovers after the 4 years.
So they built up the hangover. So they kept building it up, and then they went from there.
I'll tell you what's going to happen with the Bills. It's going to be serendipitous. You know how numbers play parts in things in life?
Sure.
So they went 4 times in a row with Jim Kelly, right?
Yep.
Back in the 80s, early 90s, lost all 4 Super Bowls in a row.
Yep.
Now, what has happened for the last 3 years in a row?
Yeah, well, that's why
they've lost to Kansas City.
Yeah.
And so what does that mean? Next year?
They're going to lose into Kansas City again.
Yeah, they're going to lose. Or maybe not Kansas City, but they're going to lose in the championship game. I'm sorry, Buffalo.
So there's no hangover.
Fate.
So there's no hangover.
There's no pride, man. There's not. There's a no. 4 years in a row.
Wow.
I mean, come on. That's rough.
No pride. Okay.
Anyways, I feel for him. I'm a Dolphin fan, but I'd go for Buffalo because, plus I like Josh Allen. All right.
I don't care.
Okay, there are occasional examples of teams struggling, but it's exaggerated a bit. But, it's a little bit, there's a little bit of truth to that because you have some, it's close. The Super Bowl host city's team never play in the same game. Well, we know that's not true.
Back to back it happened.
That was broken with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And then the very next year in L.A.
The Los Angeles Rams. That's exactly right. So we've got 2 Buccaneer things in here. Super Bowl indicator predicts stock market performance. Meaning, have you heard of this? The idea that the outcome of the Super Bowl can predict the performance of a stock market. It's an entertaining theory in general, but really lacks substance. But I have never heard of this, and they're saying that basically they believe the concept is that if the AFC wins, the stock market will perform well. But if the NFC wins, it's a downturn. Now, why is that?
Is that true?
No.
Okay,
but there's no. If it is, it's random. It's just because statistically,
because I didn't want to have to root.
Well, not just that, but why? How come I take pride in the fact that we're NFC? To me, because the Buccaneers, the Black and Blue League, even back when we were with the the Vikings and the Packers and everything, I always see the NFC as the tough, grittier.
Don't leave out the Bears;
conference.
they're going to get upset.
The Bears too, not just the Bears, but the Lions. The Lions stunk then, but no, that didn't stink because I had Barry Sanders.
Right.
But the Lions stunk, but Barry didn't. He was the only thing good on the team. They weren't any good until Calvin came around again, Calvin Johnson. But now they're good. So, anyways. I just wonder why they would say the AFC wins, the stock market will perform well. That sounds, I don't know. NFL games are scripted.
No.
There's a conspiracy
There is a
theory.
conspiracy on it, but no, absolutely not. And this is why, and it bothers me, that the conspiracists that think it's scripted. Do you think that the other 1,500 players that are putting, their life, their body, their time, everything on the line is going to play a play, not be with their family, with the amount that they have to put in to play professional sports, to be scripted to lose?
No way.
Just don't say. A couple? I'm not going to say maybe no. Maybe it could be, but not that many. No.
I don't believe it's possible also to fix a game in the NFL. I don't believe it's possible. Now, I think that you could fix, the referees and so forth. It's a lot easier in basketball, okay? Because you could just call, and we found out that that was true. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? About 15 years ago, when the big scandal came out with the NBA refs.
Yeah, if it was that long ago, that's
that they
crazy.
were pulling the points on that, and they were cheating. The refs were. They were basically.
Well, yeah, fixing because
they
of
were
the
fixing.
scandal.
Yeah, because the refs. Okay, but not necessarily the players, but the refs were.
Right.
I don't think you could do that.
I believe it was ref. I believe it was.
No. He turned in other guys.
Well, but I'm saying he was the main dude.
Yeah, but there were other guys that were doing it too.
Always.
Yeah. And so with the NFL, it's impossible to say that they're fixing the games because how many players are out there?
Well, that's
Randy?
what I just said. Yeah.
56-man roster. You can't tell me all of those different players are all getting together as well as the other team. You're talking over 100 players and deciding what's going to happen, when and where. It's crazy. It is a crazy idea that the NFL's fixed. Now, do I think that maybe some refs might call things a little bit here and there? But the idea is you don't leave it up to the refs to win the game, right? I mean, you can have a holding call here and there. Some calls are bad, and a lot of people, Randy, believe that the refs are for Kansas City.
No, for sure.
Do you think that? I
No.
mean, sometimes there's questionable calls.
It always bothers me as a licensed judge, MMA judge in Florida, that they say judges and referees. Like, I could care less who wins a fight.
Yeah.
I could judge my mom fight my wife, or I could judge my wife fight my daughter. I mean, I don't care. My job is to judge. So it bothers me when people say that.
Yeah. And
I think, well, we proved it, with what happened in basketball, that there are some refs, there are some little shady stuff.
It shouldn't be able to affect an entire game. You see, basketball's a little bit different when you get down to the points and everything, but with football, there's too much involved. Like one or two calls here and there, you have instant replay. You might have a crappy ref, or maybe a ref is mad, so he calls something here or there, or holding. That's the easiest way to do it, right? Call holding, because almost every other, down, you could find holding, or you could say holding. Actually, holding it should almost be eliminated, don't you think, Randy?
No.
I mean,
but it happens on every play.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but it's not called all the time, so just get rid of it. Just make holding fine. If they can hold you, then fine. Why not? Actually, that's a great idea.
All right.
You know what? That is an excellent idea. I'm going to put that forth to the NFL.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, just get rid of holding altogether, and then you're not going to have any more controversy.
Then it's a strongman contest. Yeah. So whoever's stronger,
that's what I'm saying.
So you can just pick them and throw them to the ground, sit on them, and don't let them get up.
That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant.
Okay.
Absolutely brilliant.
Count me in.
All right. Super Bowl logos. Predict.
The colors. Yeah, they've always said the colors.
Yeah, it's an urban legend.
Well, what's the colors here? What's the color logo? Well, it's red, so that would be Kansas City. There's one right to your left.
Oh, okay.
Your left. Keep looking.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And I guess a little green.
Oh,
so
there's a little green in there, but red dominates.
It's not eagle green. Well, so if red dominates, then that means we go Kansas City.
Yeah, we go Kansas City. Well, we'll see. Okay, so it's an urban legend, obviously, that the Super Bowl logo for the event can predict which teams participate, and that is according to Sportskeeda. This is a misunderstanding of how logos are designed. Well, I still think Kansas City is going to be able to pull it off because they find a way to win. The Super Bowl, now I've heard this one my whole life. The Super Bowl leads to a baby boom 9 months later.
Was they so excited because their team wins?
I think they're so drunk they get it on.
Is that why? Okay, all right.
Here's what I'm thinking.
So you have to be drunk to be a football fan.
Well, this is what I think. I don't believe this, and now I'm finding everything I'm reading is a myth. It's debunked. The idea of the Super Bowl victories lead to a baby boom 9 months later. It's a fun, humorous myth. This is according to Bolivip.com. But the narrative of people celebrating by starting families might seem plausible, but stats really don't go to it. It's more like a myth. But here's what I will say. You typically will have more people born in September and October. Do you know why, Randy?
It's cold outside.
No,
baby, it's cold outside.
Baby, it's cold outside. Right. And so what is it, 9 months? December and January, 9 and 10 months. We're talking about pregnancies because you're in the holidays. You're staying at home more. Yes, it's colder. You're indoors, but you're happier. You're celebrating. So holidays, people tend to get it on more during the holidays, and so therefore, that's why you have, more Virgos and Libras. Bringing balance and structure to the world.
When's the next holiday?
I think it is. What are we in now? Valentine's Day. Okay. What are you getting your wife?
Nothing.
Well, she don't listen to the show, so you can tell me.
Nothing.
Randy, come on, man. You're just bragging about how she's the greatest thing in your life.
You've met her. She is the greatest.
She is pretty awesome. How come you're not getting her anything?
That'll all get done after she has her knee replaced, and maybe we can go somewhere. We can go on a vacation.
You got to give her a little something, Randy, like a candies or a card. Come on, man.
Oh, I'll give her a card.
Okay, all right. You say courtesy, Leslie made you give me this. You
with all my love, Leslie Lacey. That's all I'm going to sign it.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Okay.
Well, if I do something nice, she's going to say, "Who told you to do this?"
Then you can say, Leslie
What's
Lacey.
going on? I hate holidays.
Me too.
I hate them.
I don't hate holidays.
I hate them.
I don't like Valentine's Day.
I hate them all.
Why?
Because I hate a holiday. First of all, holidays have become so, whatever the word is, buy gifts, do this.
You don't like lighting the menorah?
I don't mind that. I don't like gifts. I don't like that crap. I don't like Valentine's Day. I have to do something nice.
Yeah.
How about I do something nice 2 days from now or
Valentine's
all the
Day
time?
bugs me. It does bug me because it is really just. You're right.
Birthdays. I got to wait till it's your birthday to give you something.
Randy, you best be giving up presents on people's birthdays. Okay?
I don't.
Your daughters?
Maybe I do.
Randy!
Maybe I do. My daughter's different because she's my mini-me.
You're part of that birthday. You are part of the birthday. Yeah, she's your mini-me.
Yeah. But I just don't hate. Well, you're required because it's Valentine's Day, birthday.
Birthday, you are required.
I'm not required to do anything.
Yeah, you are, Randy. You're just slacking if you're
I'm
not.
truly not. We are out of time. Day 2 is gone. Fight, co-fight, former fight, soon-to-be fight tomorrow. We'll continue this disagreement.
Yeah.
Live show, cool stuff tomorrow back at noon Eastern. We're still on YouTube. We're still on Facebook. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to 8 Man Strong, Staff Zone, and Bucked Up Energy Drink.
Adios, amigos.
See everybody tomorrow. All right, we're going to keep the Facebook running in case we're able to grab somebody.
Was Chris coming?
Thanks for tuning in, everybody that's still on.
Oh, he's good.
Live. Any food still out there?
They're pretty good. Yeah. Now they're better when you're starving, though, too. Yeah, I think with the exception of me screwing that one up, it was pretty good. Yeah. Just
different perspective on the athlete because he's preparing for that combine. I don't know where he went now.
What kind of fun topics, huh?
No, I thought it was good.
Okay. Good filler.
What's the last name?
One man road in Texas, right? You got your name on the wall, right? The whole of John Matthews, coming from a small city. What is that just meant?
Seen somebody play an ice guy? Nice one.
Is he disappears? He good?
Yeah, I can try and find him if you want, if you'd like.
Yeah, don't matter. He's Oregon, so.